I'm Katie, or Sweet KT. We are going to be playing one shot from Keys from the Golden Vault. So if you've ever seen it, it is a book published by Wizards of the Coast, official D&D 5th edition book, and it's a bunch of one shots. So it is a series of heist-themed one shots. There are all different sorts of heists. There are lots of different types of heists. Some of them are breaking into places, some of them are breaking out of places, some of them are stealing things, some of things are putting things back. So all of them though have that sort of Ocean's 11 heist vibe, and that is what we're going for. So I've assembled a heist crew here tonight to join in this adventure, and we're gonna hit the ground running pretty quickly, just so since it took us a while to get started. But I will let all of them introduce themselves and also their character, so if you guys can each do that, and then I will also mention that two of our players here, Brittany and Ruki, are both new to playing D&D, so I am excited to welcome them to the game. Hopefully we don't make it too screwy for them and that they have a fun time while playing, but yeah, I'm sure you can enjoy some chaotic craziness that will ensue tonight. But let's go ahead and have everybody introduce themselves, and we'll just go in order on the stream here, which Ramon is first.
Whoa, first on the deck as the newbie. I love it. Hello everyone, I'm Ramon, better known as Sombra in this world. Yes, my character is made from the streets, made my way to the ranks of crystal selling, I believe, and I now assembled with this team to do good for everyone. I am. Do we say what we're playing as? Is that?
Yes. Yeah. So, like, what is your?
I am a rogue character, half elf. You see me equipped with some daggers and some dexterity and things like that, and I'm ready to attack the darkness.
I showed him. Yes. All right.
He already knows all the inside jokes.
He knows
He's
all
good.
the inside jokes. That's right.
That's it. That's all I got. So I'm done now.
All right. Flank is up next.
Hello, I am Flank, also a half elf, but a monk. I am a purveyor of wonderfully dark and mysterious crystals, as I find them to be quite centering in my practice. I was raised in a monastery with many other young orphaned individuals. I was not an orphan per se, but I found my way there after a series of trials and tribulations that the earth put upon me. And I was lucky to find my fellow crystal sellers here, and gain a community of joyous celebrators of the crystal arts.
I love it. All right, next, Selena Seacrest.
Hello everyone, my name is Brittany. I am a D&D newbie and am playing Selena Seacrest, who is a water genasi druid because I wanted to be a fish creature. So I am excited to be here. Yes.
Yeah.
Selling crystals.
Yes. And then last but not least, Locke.
Hi, I'm John or Leaf, and I'll be playing Locke. His name is Harlock McPick, but nobody calls him that, but it's Ma. He's a curator, collector, and connoisseur of all things spellcraft, weird, strange, and extraordinary, primarily focused around utility type of magics. You know, none of that boring fireball blowing shit up stuff. No, he's interested in the cool, unique, weird things that nobody else uses. So we'll see how long I can keep up that accent throughout the throughout the stream when Locke is talking. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to heist with you guys.
Yes, and I did mention we are going to dive right in. So quick overview for you guys, partially for the audience, but also for the four of you. this crew here actually knows each other, and a couple of them alluded to this, but they know each other because they all at one point were part of the Enlightened Crystals Collective, which was a group of people who an organization that recruited more people into its folds to try and sell crystals than it actually sold crystals. Some might refer to it as maybe a pyramid scheme. And all of these four folks that we are playing with today, these four characters, they all found themselves in the top sellers of this Enlightened Crystals Collective, or ECC organization, and they found out that what they were doing was maybe not as above board as they thought, and that the crystals were a scam. And so they together decided to quit and try and find something that they could do to maybe right the wrongs of being really good at selling scam stuff to people for years, and put these persuasive and charming and maybe somewhat sneaky skills to use. And so they decided to create this crew, and were recruited by or maybe scouted more like by the Golden Vault, which is a secret organization that has different operatives all over, with specific missions that they send these different crews on, only communicating ever through the operative, in a pretty very, very dispersed way, so that nobody knows who else is part of the Golden Vault. Nobody knows what the mission is other than the people who have to directly implement it. So it's really pretty broad organization that's all over the world, but they are just getting their foot in the door with their first mission here. And for the four of you, you've already had some conversations with your handler, your operative, who her name is Mira, and she is the one who sort of originally noticed you all at your main hangout spot, the Speakeasy Scottsdale, and she made contact with you and let you know that the Golden Vault was interested, and she actually gave you a device when she made this initial contact with you, which was a golden music box. So it was about maybe 5 inches or 6 inches in any direction, and it was purposely, there's no opening, there's no anything on it. It was just a music box, and she told you that when the time was right and that they had a mission for you, you would be sent communication about it. So you've just been holding on to this box, waiting for your first communication from the Golden Vault to sort of see what they might be asking of you. So when we find you all right now, present time, you are hanging out at this Scottsdale Speakeasy, sort of this, tavern, very cool energy vibe bar, which in the back of it, you have your secret hideout that you can access by pulling a crystal on the wall. And so right now, though, you're just in the main part of the bar. It's about midday, so there's not a ton of people there, but there's some of the regulars, and there's some other people maybe stopping by for lunch and snacking on things. And you are sort of all hanging out there, chilling together, Locke, you have to sit up on like a higher seat because you're a little bit shorter than everybody else, and so your seat is up a little bit higher, and you feel this sort of like tug on your ankle as a small, probably maybe like 13-year-old, also halfling, so like extra small, boy pulls on your leg, and he's dressed in sort of courier clothes. You would recognize this as like a male courier, and he just reaches up and hands you an envelope. It looks like a padded envelope. It's pretty small, like maybe this big. Hands you this padded envelope, or tries to. Do you take it?
Yeah. Well, thank you, man. I'll take that from you. Thanks.
And
I'm gonna immediately turn and be like, here you go, Sombra. This is for you.
And then as soon as you take the envelope, he does like a super quick little bow and darts off, and he's like through the legs of some other people, and yeah, he's gone. So Sombra, you have this envelope now in your
Yeah.
hand.
Well, I think we should group up and let's open this thing, right?
All right.
I mean, yeah, sure. Let's open it. I figured. I just defer to you. You figured you can open it.
I definitely can.
All right. So Sombra, you open the envelope, and inside this padded envelope, you can feel there's like an object, and you kind of tip it, and it slides out, and there's this ornate golden key inside. Seems to match the same sort of style
as the box, I'm sure.
The box.
Yes. So I'd say, what do we think, folks? This must go to the box. How do we solve this puzzle?
It's got to go, you know?
It appears crystal clear to me.
Oh, you always had away with the words, Flink. Well, who had the box last? It wasn't me. I'll tell you that much. My pockets are tiny. Wouldn't fit in there.
I think the box was inside your hideout, probably.
Ah, yes. I think we left it on the third shelf on the left. Let's go. Or is that in this speakeasy?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'm gonna walk over to the crystal shrine.
Yes.
And I'm gonna make sure that nobody is paying too close of attention as I make my absolutions to the shrine and carefully press down on the correct crystal that I know will trigger the secret door that nobody knows about.
Yeah.
At the same time, I'll make a torch on the wall on the other side, like flare up for a second, like sputter, just to like draw attention the other way. So we just like duck in, sight unseen.
Yeah. No issues. You're pretty used to doing this every time that you enter your hideout, which is in plain sight. And and the door sort of creaks open just enough for you all to slip through and close it, none the wiser. Once you're inside, the box is there on the shelf that Flank remembered. So what do you do?
I'll hand the box to the key holder. Oh, yes. Sombra, here, the box you needed.
Thank you.
You're welcome, brother.
And luck. We're remembering we have the space to go to.
Yes.
Now that we have the secret key and box in a secret room.
Don't worry, I put a towel down at the bottom of the door so no sound will get in or out.
Yes. Well, how do we solve this puzzle? I think we're all intelligent folks.
Have you looked for a keyhole?
Oh, no. Yes, I would like to look for a keyhole on this box.
Yeah. It was sort of covered with like a panel, but you slid that to the side and noticed that there is a spot where you can stick a key in.
Yeah, so I would love to stick that key in and turn it.
And you do. So you stick the key in the box, you turn it, and the lid pops open, and like Mira described to you, it is a music box. So it starts playing a sound as the lid opens, and you hear, "Greetings, operatives. The Golden Vault has learned that the egg of an eldritch horror has been mistaken for a historical object and is about to go on display at the Varkenbluff Museum of Natural History. The anthropologist, Dr. Cassie Dannel, tried to warn officials about this egg. We do, and we know that none believed her. The egg is known as the Murkmire Stone. However, if this egg hatches, many will die, or worse. This quest, should you choose to undertake it, requires you to infiltrate the museum, steal the egg, and return it to Dr. Dannel, who will neutralize it. There is no time to waste. The egg could hatch at any moment. Start by meeting with Dr. Dannel. She will find you. Good luck, operatives." And then as soon as the message ends, the lid snaps shut and the key disappears.
Oh, Fancy piece of kit, that.
Yeah.
Looked right
As
up
I do
your alley,
anytime I
Locke.
get these messages, I would like to finish chugging my beer before we hit the road.
Well, she's certainly not going to find us inside of our secret lair, so we better
Oh.
get back out to the regular room.
Get out.
I think you're right there, Plank.
I felt like my ears were a little bit underwater during part of that. Can you tell me again the egg of a what?
I don't know if anybody else caught it,
Eldritch
but
horror?
yeah,
I
eldritch
heard
horror.
eldritch horror, it sounded like, and I don't know much about eldritch horrors, but it's certainly anything with horror in the name doesn't sound too pleasant.
I once knew a monk who was, how do we say, a warlock as well, and he was well versed in the eldritch arts. And I can tell you, even from that limited experience, this does not sound like something that will end well for any of us. I mean, for everybody else. For everybody else.
Mhm.
You know, I could, let me think back. I might have maybe I've stumbled across in one of my books something about eldritch horrors or what they are or what they could be. So,
Yeah.
can I do a
history.
history or arcana check?
Yeah, either one, whichever one you want.
The same. So we'll call it arcana. Just
Okay.
looking into what the magics and stuff are
Yeah.
associated with that.
Mhm.
So first roll, 19 plus 5.
Oh
24.
yeah, 24. Yeah. So you you definitely remember reading about some of these. And actually what you remember is the fact that these creatures are often like magically sort of sealed in something for sometimes even centuries until something triggers their release, and that is what can sometimes cause them to hatch or come about. So you remember definitely like that sort of like magical seal part of keeping eldritch horrors locked away.
Okay, share that with the
Yeah.
with the party, what I remember.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, I don't remember exactly what could cause the trigger. So it definitely, their story holds up, and I'd be worried about whatever might come out of that if somebody's worried about locking it up for generations or millennia.
Certainly seems like something we need to get working on immediately.
Yes, we need to meet up with Cassie, I believe. How do we find her? I don't know if we know where she is. Do we?
Didn't the message say she would find us?
The message did say she would find you. Yes.
Well, I mean, they know where we hang out, so maybe we should just go back to the bar and have a drink.
I am a little peckish. I might get a pretzel.
Let us step out.
Those famous Scottsdale pretzels
I was
from
gonna
the
say-
Barkeep, Arizona.
They're delicious.
Yeah, not bad. All right, so
Arizona cooks up a mean pretzel.
You guys head out. I don't know if you know you muted yourself, by the way, Locke, while you were talking there. You did. Okay. So you guys head back out then to the bar?
Indeed.
Okay.
Indeed,
All right.
yes.
You head back out to the bar. The barkeep, Arizona, sees that you have come back, and he is like an older gentleman with a big portly belly, recognizes you guys because you're sort of regulars, and this is your home base,
And
if
we've
you
taken
will.
over part of his
Yeah,
bar.
yeah.
The back of his bar.
Yeah. And he says, "Oh, I was looking for ya. Somebody just came in and asked about you. Described a lot of you and seemed to know who they were looking for, but I hadn't seen you around. She's sitting in the back corner over there."
Did she have any pretzels?
No, actually, she didn't order anything. It was quite rude, actually. She seemed distracted, though, so I didn't bother her too much.
She must have simply forgotten. Can you please put in a couple orders of pretzels and send them
Oh,
to that
of course.
table?
I know those are your favorite, Flank.
And I'm sure she's got a tab open for us already, so whatever she's got going.
She doesn't, but I'll just add it to your ongoing one. Yeah.
Let me flip him a little tip just for
There we
giving us
go.
the information.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll appreciate it, Sombra.
Did she say anything besides the
Oh.
fact that she was looking for us?
Nope. I don't really try and pry into your business, you know. I'll leave that up to you guys.
I
All
love that
right.
you come
Arizona.
from.
A wonderful and holy brother. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Yeah, as always, Flank. And he just sort of rolls his eyes like he knows. He's never gonna see any of that tab paid
That
up
money.
from you.
I don't know why that's a through line on all my characters, but
Well, let's not be too obvious. Maybe we should go over one at a time. Go see Miss Cassie.
I trust you, Brother Sombra.
Yes.
Go investigate.
Let
And
us
maybe
go.
the sea beast as well.
Let us go.
Let's go talk.
And
with
you
Kathy.
you see the corner booth that he pointed out, and there is a woman who has like books spread out already on the table, and it like is like flipping through things. She has like a bag next to her, and she's like sifting through the bag, and she just seems like very, very distressed and frazzled.
Let me take over one of their glass of their finest wine first, folks, and calm her down for a second before we come bombarding her.
Yeah, Arizona's refilling your drinks for you anyways at the bar. And so yeah, you grab an extra one for her and head on over. Okay. She doesn't quite see you at first as you walk over, but when you're like right next to the table, it's like suddenly she realizes like, oh, there's a presence near me, and she looks up.
A pretzel?
Yeah, not yet. They gotta cook those, but yeah. She looks up and sees you standing there, Sombra, and is like, "Oh, I'm sorry." And she tries to like move some of the books to the side on the table. Please sit down. You must be Sombra, right?
I am. Yes, and you must be Cassie.
Yes, yeah. Cassie, Dr. Daniel, whatever you want to call me.
Cassie, I want to be sure it's you. Tell me, what are you here for?
Oh, well, I thought that where are your friends? And she kind of, then you notice her like look around the bar, and she notices the other three of you guys sort of holding back a little bit. And she's like, well, I'd really like to talk to all of you at the same time, but I'm here about the stone, the Murkmire Stone.
All right, I'll give my friends a secret nod of time.
Is that the nod? Was that the nod, Locke?
I think that was a nod. I think he gave us the nod.
It
was a stealthy nod that nobody else noticed.
Sometimes he goes up twice, across.
Yes.
It's unclear.
Twice up, once over.
Right.
Yeah, it means it's good. Means it's good.
Here we go.
If he does the down, then the right, then you know we're in trouble.
Pretzels. All right. Here we go.
Oh God. So yes, you guys head over to the table. And as soon as everybody makes their way towards Dr. Cassie, and you all, I'm guessing, take seats around where she is, or are you standing? Yes. Okay.
Sitting.
Perfect. And she closes up some of her books, and she goes, yes, I know, I'm sorry for seeming so frazzled, but time is running out, and we really have almost no time left until this becomes something much bigger than we can handle. But at least for right now, I'm hoping that with your help, you can hopefully protect everybody here, so that this creature doesn't make its way out. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. You are aware that we're talking about the Murkmire Stone, right? That it's not really just a gem. I know the museum is trying to make it seem like it's just this gem, and they have it on display tonight. And I tried actually going there myself to get it back. I tried talking to the curator, Elda Argan, and she wouldn't listen to anything that I was saying. I've done so much research on this. This is my field of study in the occult and the eldritch horrors, and she didn't listen to anything that I said. But also, I shouldn't really be that surprised. She doesn't really listen. Anyways, but I tried explaining to her that this was not a stone like we had thought when we uncovered it, but she didn't listen. So I thought maybe I'd take matters into my own hands, and clearly I should just stick to the books, because I got caught immediately and banned from the museum and fired from my job. So there's that. But anyways, I am just thinking that hopefully you guys have enough time that you can do it. From my estimations, and you see her pull out a notebook with like lots of scribblings on it. She's like, I think that if my calculations are correct, based on when we dug it up and disturbed the resting place in the ruins that we were, trying to find artifacts for the museum, we did that. Hold on, let me think. 2 weeks. Okay, so I think actually by tonight, around 10 o'clock, we might start seeing some effects, which is why this is so urgent. But if you can get there, I have arranged for some things for you, so that hopefully you can find your way in. It is being stored at the Museum of Natural History, and it's actually on display right now in their new exhibit. There's a gallery that they have set up just with the precious gemstones, and they have this stone displayed there. Again, it's not really a gemstone, it's an egg, but anyways. And there's a gala happening tonight from 6 to 8 p.m. And she rifles through this bag next to her, and she pulls out these pieces of paper, and she goes, I've got you invitations. So all of you can go to the gala. She starts handing you these invitations. Oh, and actually, I didn't know if you would already have this or not, so I went ahead and also got you clothes for it. So, and then she starts pulling again out of this bag that doesn't look big enough to hold all of these things. She starts pulling out clothes, like fancy formal wear. You can see there's one that's a little bit smaller. There's different, like, they're not like over the top gowns or anything like that, right? But they're like formal, noble-ish formal wear that would definitely be able to pass you as somebody who's attending this gala. And she's like, so I have these for you as well. Actually, you know what? Why don't you just take the whole bag? So she hands you this bag of holding that she has. And she's like, the clothes are stored in there. And she's like, and you can put anything else that you need in there. And I don't know if that they mentioned payment or not, but if you can get this back to me successfully tonight, you can keep the bag if you want. And actually, I also have 20 gold for each of you. And yeah, it's imperative that we get it back before it hatches. I just need to restate that. Before it hatches. You might start noticing some weird effects. I said, if my calculations are right, around 10 o'clock. But I think...
Doctor.
Yes.
Please,
Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I give
upon you.
too much information.
Sometimes the crystals appear rough and uncut, but over time they will reveal themselves to you, right? You are in good hands. Now, can we back up to what I believe to be a relatively critical question? Exactly how big is this egg that we're talking about here?
Yes, you're right. I should have told you that. It's not so big. It's about the size of like a large loaf of bread.
All right. And based on your expertise in this area, is this something that we, seeing of course that we're elves and halflings and my friend the sea beast, can we touch this stone, this egg, without coming to harm?
Yes, yeah. Actually, I was on the crew that discovered it and uncovered it from the archaeological ruins, and many of us handled it, which is, I think, why they don't think there's anything wrong with it, because it didn't seem like anything other than a stone from the outside.
Well, I actually have a question, and maybe this is better for Selena here, but I mean, you've got experience with nature and things. Is there anything we can do to slow down the hatching of this thing? It's like an egg, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, there's
just sit on it.
There's
more.
Right.
Put
it in cold.
Yeah,
in the fridge.
yeah. I don't think there's really a way to slow it down, but I'm working on back in my shop. I have a crystal case that I have been trying to make for it, and I would actually be there right now. I should be there right now. Actually, I need to leave. And she's like, but I think it'll be finished tonight. I'm almost finished. There's just a few cracks I have left to try and figure out how to seal, but it should be able to contain the egg so that no more growth happens. But
Doctor,
I don't know there's anything you can do.
Before you go, if there's one thing Sombra loves, it's a dance party. But if there's one thing I hate, it's security. How is this thing protected at the museum? What do we need to get around?
Oh, great question, actually. And she flips through some more of these books that she just has lying about, and she actually she hands you this document that I am going to give you here. She goes, I've made a rough estimation for you, and so this document should be it's sort of a rough map of what the museum looks like. There are alarms on some of the things. They probably won't be armed right now because it's open for the gala, but definitely after hours I would be cautious because there will definitely be alarms, and there are guards that patrol, I think about a dozen or so, and again the curator I mentioned, Alda Arkin, she will definitely be there tonight since this is the exhibit, and the museum hasn't been doing that well for funding right now, and so I think their hope is that this will raise a lot of new donations, because it's such a discovery. Of course, they don't know what kind of danger they're putting all those people in, but yeah, hopefully this helps. It's not complete. There's definitely some things that I probably missed or forgot, but hopefully this helps you in figuring out what to do and the best plan of attack. You can see on the second floor there is where the stone is being displayed for the gala. Hopefully this helps.
Doctor, this is helpful. Is there anything else we need to know?
If we get to the gala and to the egg, and you've finished with the case, how do we get the case from you?
Perhaps I could just meet you back here?
Perhaps.
With an eldritch horror egg in our possession, you want us to just stroll into a bar with a bunch of people?
Well,
I mean, we can do it. I'm just,
there
questioning
is
maybe the wisdom of that.
That's a great question. Yeah, I think maybe
the thing's practically a bomb, it could go off at any time. We probably don't want to be, moving away from people, I would think.
Yeah, that's true. Well, if it's before, you'll know if it's starting to hatch. So just take it away if that happens. I can't do anything once that happens. That's a story for another day.
Do you believe that the museum is prepared to protect its assets in the event that it feels those assets are threatened? Not so much in the sense of armed resistance per se, as much as would they make an effort to collect anything and move it to another location if they thought that something were amiss?
Well, if you're referring to you all potentially
being amiss, always.
Yeah, okay.
But...
yeah. I think it's possible they might try and move the stone. I mean, I don't know what their plans are, but this is obviously one of the biggest discoveries of.
Do you have a sense of where on the property they may attempt to move it if something were to occur?
Maybe the basement. That's where they store a lot of the older museum artifacts that aren't in display.
I'm picking up what you're. I think I'm picking up what you're putting down here, Flank. It's not a bad idea. It's causing some sort of ruckus that causes them to hide the gem.
We know where.
Right into our hands. Yeah, something like that, basically. Perhaps Selena would be able to flood the gala with some sort of magical water blast.
I certainly can.
Mm. If eggs float, do eggs typically float? Do eldritch eggs float?
That's a great question. I've never come across one before.
I've not tried putting it in water yet. That is.
Well, you know how heavy water is, don't you? Is it heavier or lighter than water?
Well, the stone is definitely heavier than water.
Well, there you go. Won't
Well, we
float.
don't know how heavy the horrors are. Who knows?
Yeah, well, the weight of the evil inside has, maybe
As
some
much
effect
as
on it.
as much as this mathematical puzzle is something I would normally enjoy spending hours discussing with you, there's a crystal case with cracks in it that needs my
the
attention.
pretzels are here. Fantastic.
Yes, pretzel. Very spicy mustard.
And
Yeah, you always have time for pretzels.
She collects up her books and she's like, "Oh, they do look delicious. You know what? I'll just take one on my way out. Thank you. Goodbye. I'll see you tonight."
You saw that, Arizona. She had one. It's on her,
Yeah.
Arizona just like shakes his head.
A puzzle indeed. A puzzle indeed.
Yes. What do we think? Do we need to game plan now or start the movie?
My only question was with Elga Arkin, if one of us should try to talk with her before the gala or during, and if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I like that idea.
I don't. Or
How
distract.
did we all feel like the doctor was being truthful with us? I should have asked while she was here, but
I'll let you roll a hindsight insight.
hindsight insight. I love it. Hold on, my computer's like, "Oh, you want to play now?" All right, 17.
Good.
Yeah. With that, you can tell she seemed genuine, and everything that she was telling you. Clearly very distressed, and all over the place, but didn't seem to be hiding anything from you.
Has anyone been to this museum? Do we know?
I have not.
Are we experts in this museum already? Do we have first-hand knowledge?
I would say it is not maybe a place that you all would frequent.
Though I am intrigued by a
Offended.
precious gemstone.
Yeah, what else can we
exhibit.
snag while I'm there?
Mm-hmm.
But, well,
Not a
Well, we
bad idea.
have these clothes. Shall we get changed?
yes, I always love looking dapper. Or do we wait till we get there? What do we do, folks? Do we start our trek? How long does it take to get to this museum?
Oh,
from where we-
it's a couple minute, like maybe
Next door.
10
Excellent.
minutes. Yeah.
Excellent. I spend
Yeah, I
too much
think-
time in our secret cave here or secret hideout. I don't know my local town.
I do think speed is of the essence. Like we should.
I think we should go to the museum in our regular clothes before
Okay.
the gala to start scoping out what we
Open
can.
it out. Let's do it.
That's a great idea. Let's why don't we what time is it now? Do we think they'll be setting up for the gala?
The time is about maybe like 2 p.m. or so. Gala starts at 6.
Okay.
Runs until 8. And
Is the museum just open for visitors then right now?
Yep, right now should be.
Well, I think we should go. That's a great idea. Let's scope it out, Selena.
Oh,
I'm gonna snag the pretzels
yeah.
to go.
All right. You
Before we
all-
go, let us all make our rally cry that we all know so well before we start every journey.
Yes,
On
that
the
thing
count
we
of
say.
3, everyone, let's make our call to start our journey.
Yeah, the one we always say
The
that
one
we
we
all know
always
right
do.
now.
Yeah,
Every
the one-
single time.
Before every heist, we do our call.
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
Oh,
Heisting.
steal the
Yes.
stuff.
And so let us begin.
We all said the same thing there.
Yes.
For sure, Sombra.
Oh gosh. Okay, so you guys
Away we go, walking
you-
away we go.
you make your way to the Museum of Natural History, and are you keeping that bag on you then, like with all
Oh,
the stuff in
definitely.
it? Okay.
Yeah,
And is it
for
like
sure.
a like backpack? Just
No,
like
it's more like a satchel. Like it's not.
Crossbody bag.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yep. Like crossbody bag. Yep. It's not big enough to be a
Very
backpack,
in.
but it's not small enough to be a pouch. If that makes sense.
But it can hold like me.
Yes.
Or a halfling.
Oh yes.
You
Perhaps
leave
a
it
halfling.
somewhere and someone comes out. Yeah.
Yep.
I think you
Another
could.
great idea. Just have to make sure there's enough air.
I assume we could put a tank in there as well.
He's pretty small. He doesn't require a whole lot.
Penny
All
lungs.
right. Are we good? Should we surveil the outside of the building first? All right. I'm gonna
Yes.
go around the left side of the building,
All right.
and I'll meet somebody around the back.
We're gonna attempt to switch to our live or our like map view here, which I think on the live stream they can see. Hopefully.
I see things.
Do you
Now I have
see
the anchor
me
above me.
moving this?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you see?
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
This is the museum. Oh, I do not want the cutaway. This is the museum. And you can see there is a couple of floors, which is putting away right now, so pretend you don't see that. Yeah, you can see that there's sort of like a top dome on it, if you will, and there's like a big front entrance. There is here's our little characters, by the way.
Oh, love it.
These are you guys. Listen, I couldn't make exact replicas of you, so the green hat is his flank, or I mean his lock. This is flank. And this is Sombra. I think it might be female. I don't know.
All good.
And this is Selena in the blue robe. So yeah, this is you guys. I will mention that as you approach sort of the front area, you do notice that there's actually signage that says no weapons allowed.
Good thing we have our satchel with
Yes.
infinite
indeed.
space. Do we know if there's metal detectors?
Also, Flank's whole body's practically a weapon, you know?
Yeah.
I've seen what he does with his fists.
Right.
How do you think he made all those sales? Wasn't with his mouth, I'll tell you that much.
Mm.
Mhm.
Nope, you're the only one with a smart mouth around here.
So yes, the couple of things, yes, I'll just describe them because I can't make it work with moving it around. But there's the front entrance, obviously. On the top, you notice there's like a domed ceiling in the back corner, and in the back there is like a loading docks area. Seems to be, they ship things in and out. Other than that, the museum is pretty closed off. There's not really windows anywhere, which is probably to protect a lot of the, artifacts that are inside and the displays that they have.
What about people? Are there a decent amount of people around? Are we the only people on the street? What's the story there?
Yeah, there's some activity on the outside. You do notice like the loading docks, especially right now, being pretty active, probably because they're setting up for the gala that's happening. And you do see some people going in and out. For the most part, everybody seems to be dressed in like commoners' clothes, who might just be like milling about. But every once in a while, you do also see like a couple in like fancier attire that might be going early before the gala actually starts.
What about the workers by the loading dock? Are they just wearing whatever they came to work in, or are they uniformed?
No uniforms. But they are they're dressed like they're they don't look like maybe they're associated with the museum. They're probably from...
Like the party rental company that brings the
right.
tables. Or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't know how to play this, but I feel like we need to find access from the outside that's not to the front door in case that's part of it. I think we need to. We know if they use like key cards to get to back rooms and things. If so, I'd like to try to swipe one of those from somebody using my charm and wits. If that's like, can I jump in on a tour and charm a worker and swipe something right now? And I think we need to get eyes on the prize somehow inside, right? So like, how do we split up to do those tasks if we do them somehow? But
I'm gonna hand Sombra the pretzels and be like, take these, maybe it'll help.
yeah.
You took the pretzels.
Oh, I bet the loading dock guys would love a break.
Yeah, there you go. Good thinking.
Absolutely,
Maybe
absolutely.
a nice tasty pretzel would allow us to slip right in and see the back doors that no one gets to see on the tour.
You could pretend to be one of the caterer people. You're bringing
That's right,
pretzels.
yeah.
Like, oh, we're gonna share with you
Try
or
this pretzel,
something.
will you?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know. What do we do? Do we do all of that? How do we do that? How do we go about tasting the joint, if you will?
I think
Getting eyes on the prize.
I think the loading dock idea is great. Let's try the loading
Do we
dock.
want to all go, or do we want to do like a couple go that way and a couple go through the front at the
small
same time?
teams, right? Yeah. I'm willing to,
Yes, Sombra, do you want to take Locke with you? I feel like Selena, you're a little bit standy outy.
Sure,
and maybe not a loading dock kind of vibe for you, but
I will go start making my way to the gem room because I fit in very well there.
high class for sure.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I think Locke and I should take the pretzels and distract the loading dock folks and slip in the back. Is what I would like to do.
I'm gonna go in as well, but I don't want to go to the gem room yet, so I'm gonna just kind of like feel out the inside.
Okay.
See what we see.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, Sombra and Locke will sort of follow you guys to the back first. So you find this like loading area, like I mentioned, and it seems like there is like a ramp there where they're sort of rolling things up, right? Like you noticed already some tables and seems to be maybe some like ropes and things to like maybe block off the exhibit, and there's a couple of guys who are currently unloading like a big wagon and rolling it up the dock.
Right. Well, Locke, let me I don't know what characteristic it is, but let me take these pretzels and entice them to take a minute and break while we as the caterers go in to prep the area that we're going to set up.
It's a great idea. Yeah, that we're caterers for sure.
A sample of what we're providing tonight.
Listen, I'll let you do the talking. My mouth will just go and I'll ruin everything.
That's right. Yeah, let Sombra do his magic.
Okay, so you do notice that these guys seem to be coming back outside after having dropped something off, and they seem to be closing up the truck, like maybe they're or wagon, it's not truck, but they seem to be finished, or at least wrapping up.
And so I would like to go. How are they getting in to the doors? And like
there's like a set of double doors that the ramp goes into. You can't really tell what's like through them, other than just like a storage area.
Okay. And is the door just unlocked? Can we just walk in?
Right now it's still open.
Yeah. Well then, Locke, I think I will distract them while you sneak in quickly and hold the door for me. Once they leave, I will just walk up if they're packing up to go.
Well, it's lucky I'm so small because I can hide behind a creature that is one size higher or one size larger than me. Because I'm so small, because I'm a Lightfoot halfling, I can attempt to hide even when I'm obscured only by a creature that is one size larger than you. So because I'm tiny and he is normal, medium size, I can hide behind him and try
But not 2 sizes larger than you?
Right.
Just one size?
Just one.
Man, I'm really good at medium-sized hiding.
Medium size hiding, great. If it's too big, it's too
Yeah.
the size difference. Just but yeah. So let's try that.
Yeah, let me run up and run distraction on them while you go to the door.
Okay, so I'm gonna have Locke. Why don't you roll a stealth check for me?
All right. Yeah, I'm. Wizards are known for that, so I'm sure it'll be great. What's my bonus? Stealth. Could be worse. At least I have a +1. 14 total.
Okay.
13 + 1.
Okay, and Sombra, describe to me when you approach these guys. What do you do or say? How are you providing distraction?
Yeah. I'm definitely playing these high rollers up here. Got us doing all the work while they're in there, and I want to give these guys a nice reward because I know how hard it is, and offer them some food for the road as they're taking off, and let them know that we're just the caterers, like they're the setup folks. We're all in this together.
All right, I'm gonna have you roll a deception check because you are definitely not the caterer.
Wow. Now, here's a great question. How do I do that?
Yes, great question. Your first ever roll.
Right.
Okay, so you're gonna roll a d20, a 20-sided die.
Oh, okay. So I don't click on any of those
I
things.
think can he do it in D&D Beyond? Is that what you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Do you see the list in the middle? Well, I don't know if you have it big like I do, but like in the middle of the screen, and you see deception there, kind of part way down.
Should be the 5th item. Under acrobatics, the column starts with acrobatics.
It's like the skills. No, it's like your skills.
To the left of that.
Well, I see it says plus. Yeah, so I just click the number, the plus number.
Yep.
Okay. If I roll that, it says a
There you
5,
go.
and plus a 5 is a 10. I don't know if that's
Okay. So you got a 10.
Mhm.
Okay. You walk up with your pretzels, and these guys look like they're like over it. Their day's over. They've been working since early this morning, and they're finally finished. And they see you walk up with pretzels, and one guy's like, "Yo, you're not supposed to be back here. What are you doing?" And you present the pretzels and say that you're with the catering, and he's like, "I don't think they got catering for this event. Get off with those pretzels." Thankfully, your conversation at least is enough that Locke manages to. They don't notice him sneaking past, but they definitely seem to not believe that you are the caterer.
All part of the plan.
How do you respond?
I say, well, what did they say to me?
They
Just get out of
they
here?
said they're no caterer for this event.
Yeah. I said, oh, didn't you know they just hired us for the elite? Miss Elda Arkin asked us specifically to come in and set up for her and the highest donors. So we're just coming to check it out.
Oh, well, I don't know
I'm dropping
about
names they don't know.
I don't know about any Alda Arkin or whatever.
Yeah, she's like the head of the main exhibit, pretty important lady. We
right.
don't want to do anything to make her mad.
Okay, so you're doubling down on this deception. I need you to roll again.
Oh, man. 15
can
plus
only
5.
get better.
Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Great charisma on them.
We call that a dirty 20.
Okay, yeah,
dirty
that's right.
20.
Not a nat 20.
Yeah.
Not a natural 20, but you got there.
Yeah. Trust me.
And like the one guy looks at him as like, dude, who cares, man? I don't know. And so then the guy who sort of been talking to you is like, well, okay, sure, yeah, Alda Arkin. I don't know who she is. As long as I get my money at the end of the day today. And I guess good luck with your catering.
Don't need it.
And they get in the cart and they start to move it away.
Right. I wait for them to clear sight, and then I run up to my partner Locke, who's hopefully holding the door for me.
Yeah. So Locke, actually, you make your way inside, and it does appear like there's nobody in here right now. But the doors did start to close behind. But I'm guessing, yeah, you sort of stopped it so that you could hold it open for Sombra.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and as soon as the carriage wagon drives off with the two workers, Sombra, you slip in the back door as well. And you guys find yourselves in a basement storage area. There's like boxes and crates piled. It's just like a big warehouse storage. Most of the objects are sort of on the edges of there, but there's also like a pile of boxes in the middle here. This is what you see.
Can we do like a perception thing and see if there's anything we're noticing?
Sure. Yeah, why don't both of you guys roll perception checks?
Ooh, I got a 21. I think that's...
Yeah, that's good.
That's
Lock?
really good. Let me pull up my skills here. I rolled a 17. I don't know that my perception's that good. It's all right. It's +1. So I got an 18.
An 18 and a 21. Okay. So, yeah. Locke, you actually, as you're looking around this space, you notice that there is a secret door. Here, actually, I can use this. Oh, gosh. Will I be able to operate this successfully? Here we are. Here we are.
Nice.
Look at this. Okay.
Such pretty tile flooring.
Yeah. You know.
Yeah, really nice tile for a loading dock, honestly.
Okay, so here you are. The loading dock area is like this side right here that I'm pointing at, if you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
And you notice there's a set of stairs that goes up, probably towards the museum itself. But Locke, along the wall, you notice right in this area right here that there's actually like a secret door that's hidden, a panel of the wall that can be pushed inward. There's like no handle or anything like that, but it's a super long tunnel at the, can't really tell what is at the end of it, but it just keeps going, and there's a tunnel. Meanwhile, Ramon, Sombra, you are checking around all of the stuff that's stored here, and you're sort of looking and happen to see that there is some crates that are kind of open, and they have what look to be a lot of gems inside. Lots of like gemstones, some chunks of like actual raw silver ore, and a bunch of other types of gems.
Okay.
Sombra, hey, I found it. There's a little passage over here. What did you find over there?
Found a box of gems, my
Oh.
friend. Yes.
I mean,
yeah.
say no more. You know how we feel about crystals in this
Right,
group.
but we better not take them yet. We don't want to get people on the edge already.
But if you can, if you can cover me for 10 minutes, I can. I don't have it ready to go. Like I can't whip it out, but I can cast detect magic. Take me like 10 minutes to prepare the ritual and get to going. But I could try that. It would take a while, and we can see if there's anything magical in here.
Wow.
I'm gonna check maybe this secret passage and those gems, and maybe one or two of them could walk off, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, I'll definitely keep an eye out. Watch the door and the stairs here.
Yeah, and maybe check up those stairs too, because it said in the if I was looking at that map that the lady had us correctly, it said something about they couldn't find the stairs to the basement. So I'm curious where those go.
Sounds like a great option.
All right, so I'll go do that while you check out the stairs.
Okay.
So I pull up my tiny spell book.
Yeah.
Because Locke just thinks all those other wizards are just showing off with those big books. You don't need that much paper. Like, it's just a waste of paper and space. You can fit it all in a tiny little handbook. So he pulls out his tiny book.
Does he use a shorthand? Like, do you have like a secret code where it's really just like one letter?
It's all written for him in this little pocket book. He has a little tiny like little machinist handbook type situation, and just flips to his detect magic page. It's small and he's small, so it's like super tiny for normal people, right?
Oh wow.
And yeah, so he gets down on the ground, he pulls out his component pouch and he starts going on the spell, but that's going to take like 10 minutes or so. So he's out of commission.
All
While
right.
he casts this.
And Sombra, you are gonna go check out the stairs or wait here while he does this?
Well, like, what is most important? Do I need to be on stand watch for you, or is it something you can do? And
I can keep a little bit of a lookout. I'll duck behind a box if I see somebody coming.
then let me explore some stairs.
Okay, we are gonna pause you guys, and switch to Selena and Flank here. So you guys both decided to go in the front, but if I recall, Selena, you said you're gonna go check out the gem. Flank, you said you are just going to the rest of the museum. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, are you walking in together, or are you gonna like separate yourselves so you don't look like you're?
I'm enjoying a fake cigarette outside while Selena first goes in, and I'll follow after her.
A fake
slowly.
cigarette as an imaginary cigarette, like you're just doing
No,
this motion.
They're candy. I get them from my favorite apothecary down the street. But yes, nobody knows.
I see. Okay. Well, then with that, we will go here to our first floor. Oops, maybe. Yep. Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I have been walking around the gem room,
Okay.
and I confirmed, well, the space outside of the gem room, I confirmed that there are privies on the wall just outside of the gem room.
Yes.
And
Yes.
we have plumbing. And so I will be reporting back to my heist mates that if we do need to flood the gem room, I can utilize that water source to flood the gem room. Or during the
Natural
event,
disaster.
Right.
create a distraction of a large magnitude.
Yes, indeed.
Loving it.
I will give you a little look here inside the museum. So I don't know if you guys can see this. Yes. So both of you guys, when you enter, you find yourself in like a really large atrium. The rooms here, like the ceilings are like 30 feet tall, like you would expect in like big museum. You guys have been to big galleries and big museums before. There's an information desk at the front, where seems to be, like there's like map and or not map, but stuff on the different exhibits and stuff like that. And you also notice that there's a couple statues right at the front, and in the back there seems to be a gift shop, a little like stall with some cutesy kitschy things that people can purchase as a remembrance of their trip to the museum. Along the right hand side here, you see that
Are we on the first floor walking in?
Yes.
Are you backing us up to that? Okay.
Yeah, this is the first floor. Yes.
I would think my heist mate, who is not near the gem room with me, would be looking for the hidden closets on the map. Is that what you're doing, Flank?
Indeed, yes. I have entered the museum and have begun to slowly trail around this wall where these fancy lion doors are. And I am using my half-elf ear to it's only just half of the one ear though, so it's a little wonky.
Right. Yes.
To listen for any hollow spots in the wall as I casually tap down the wall for any potential hidden closets.
Okay, so you are walking along the wall, tapping it. Are you trying to look conspicuous or inconspicuous while doing this?
Well,
how many museum goers have you seen tapping the walls of a museum?
I am prepared to defend my actions.
Calm down, baby.
I imagine that I'm just a casual museum observer that happens to have quirks. And so,
Okay.
yes, maybe
Let
I-
me let
Are
me
you
ask
implying
an
that someone notices his odd behavior?
Yeah.
let me ask an important
Where'd all the
question
people
real
at?
quick. Let me ask an important question real quick. Locke and Sombra, I did not ask this of because they did not walk in the front door. Flank and Selena, you guys are walking in the front door. What did you do with your weapons?
I am very adept at hiding my weapons.
You'd like to try and
I-
hide them. Selena's weapon is a quarterstaff. That might be a little harder to hide.
And then that, I mean,
I used my fog cloud to just roll it on a miss.
Did you read the description of
And
that?
I'm the one that looks conspicuous.
I
My
just
lady
like
over here got
Just
trail
here
in
for
her
a
ass.
distraction.
I like that.
I almost asked if I needed to hide those things when we were in the
Just
app
walks through,
earlier.
drops a
Like, should I
smoke
set it
grenade.
down?
oh geez, where's that coming from? I better walk this way.
Did it get very humid in here suddenly?
There's a fountain in there.
At least my clothes have like folds in them, and I can stash a dagger pretty easily without creating a
Okay,
misty.
I'm gonna go backwards
I
in time.
hid it in one of the statues.
Well,
there.
let me
There
just
was-
let me just
Perfect.
ask. Hold on, yeah, you can do that, but also, who has the bag of holding on them?
I think Locke or Sombra does, doesn't he?
I don't think he said he took it. Why don't we say?
I have the bag of holding.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so Flank has the bag of holding. Selena, your weapon you put in the bag of holding. How
I love
about?
it.
Okay, great. And Flank, you're gonna try and hide your dagger? Or
No,
you-
I'm gonna put it in the bag of holding.
Okay,
now.
okay.
That was not an option previously.
We need to go pay for a locker to check that bag.
Yeah, right. Oh,
Okay, so you
It's
guys.
just a deposit. You'll get your gold coin back. Don't worry.
oh, God.
So let me just re-summarize what I think is happening here. You guys walk in the door. Selena goes in first. She goes straight upstairs to where she thinks the gem exhibit is gonna be. Flank
Yeah,
walks.
not in a suspicious way straight up there. You know, I took my time.
Okay, yeah.
Mm,
Yeah,
mhm.
you strolled up to the second floor exhibit. Flank has the bag of holding on him, walks in, and is kind of doing like a little bit of a perimeter thing, but you're trying to not look obvious. Obviously, like you're searching the walls, yes?
But he's
Yeah.
tapping them.
But he's tapping.
Yes, but I'm not having much luck. So I'm moving fairly quickly here to remain the casual to any observers.
All right,
Okay?
I'm gonna have both of you guys roll perception checks for me. So
16.
16. All right.
TBD.
Yep. What you can do is just look at what your plus is, and you can roll one of that d20.
Well, I know, but I want to know how to do it in the app. Okay.
Got confused because
I don't even know. I don't even know where perception is on
Yeah.
here.
So
It's-
if you have it full screen, how they explain to me, like,
Do you have the app open? Is that what you have?
oh, are you on the app?
Not
Okay.
The right one.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if you're on the app, what you do is click that little. Like,
Oh, it's perception.
yes.
This is gonna be good for me, friends.
What?
Not, oh, dang.
25.
25. Okay. And what did you get, Flank? Sorry, I missed that.
16.
16. Okay. So, Flank, you notice on the first floor when you walk in, as you're sort of doing this thing, this perimeter check, you do notice that these doors on the right with like the gold that you see
Mm-hmm.
are office doors. You can see that they have they have like labels on the outside. The first one right here has curator office written on
Okay.
it. There is a guard posted up along this wall right here who definitely like clocks you as you walk past these offices, but doesn't seem to disturbed by your presence or anything like that. You also can see that there is the exhibits to the left here that's where most people tend to be kind of going in and out right now, is these exhibits on the first floor.
Okay.
To the left. Selena, you get upstairs, and let's see if I do this right here. Yep, here we go. And you see on the upper level here that there is a large dinosaur statue right in the center. This huge structure, again, 30-foot high ceilings on the second floor as well. And there's some other exhibits. But what most notably is that you actually see that this door here is closed. I know it's open right now, but it's closed. And you see that there's a guard posted right outside of it. And when people approach, you watch as somebody approaches and is like, we want to see the gemstone. And he's like, Gala's not open yet. Come back at 6 o'clock, but you gotta have an invitation.
I would like to make my way over to the guard to strike up conversation, because I feel like I'm very charismatic and I just want to get his insight on the event.
Okay.
You know,
so
security
you walk
shifts.
up. Yeah, you walk up to him. What do you say?
I walk up to him and say, gosh, all of these people can't follow the rules, can they? You know?
I know, right? It's just, this is what we get, you know, when there's events like this, though. This is what happens every time.
Yes, not everyone can attend such significant events like myself. I will be here later when the gala starts at 6 p.m. Will you be here all night as well?
Yeah, actually, I will. Well, I think that I'll be stationed right here. You seem like, he kind of clocks your clothing that you're wearing. You seem like not the traditional kind of gala guest, but yeah, I'll be right here the whole night.
Yes, I'm a very influential gem and crystal saleswoman.
Oh,
which is why I was invited to the gala.
Well, I don't know much about gem and crystals. That seems like something pretty fancy, but you know, I mean, it's clearly something that you must be interested in this exhibit. I mean, I'm just here, really, to be honest, I'm just here working, paying off my debt to the museum, and well, this is the easiest way to do it.
Oh, you have a debt to the museum?
Well, yeah.
Just go right for the throat with that one, eh?
I love it.
Yeah, keep going.
Well, yeah.
If he needs income, I could try to get him to join my downline.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes.
Can get rid of the crystal salesman, but you can't get rid of the crystal salesman? I didn't say that right. Take the crystals out of the girl, but you can't get the girls out of the crystals?
So I continue the conversation. If the death thing is not an important detail, I continue it. And so he mentions he's going to be there the entire shift, and I return to my focus on my love of gems, and I say, you know, this Murkmire Stone is such a big deal. I'm just wondering how the museum has prepared. Have you been working overtime, or do you have extra security today? Because it's just such an important event, and
yeah, well, we do have everybody on staff tonight. You know, it's pretty full up. We've got, I think all 12 of us are working here tonight, so it seems like we've got a pretty full lot.
wow.
But I suppose it makes sense, you know, they're probably worried about people coming in and taking things, or maybe they're just worried about ruckus, or you know, the public getting into the exhibit or something. And he notices your clothes again.
Is there anything else I should be asking this security guard?
That's a you question. You can't mind telepathically communicate right
Can't
now with your
I'm
friends.
very in tune with the elements, and this building is made out of stone. I
I
can
have this
hear.
fancy device called a text machine.
Okay, I decide I'm done talking to the security guard for now, but we leave our conversation on good terms, and he knows I'll be seeing him again later.
All right. Yep. Well, if you need anything, you just shout for me. My name is Grendor.
Thanks, Grendor.
Indoor.
So I decide to continue kind of looking around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you
I'm trying to scope out any visual alarm systems.
Okay.
And maybe I cast my like detect magic spell.
Oh, okay. Do you want to?
Helpful? Would that be helpful?
Yeah. All right. So you go ahead and you cast detect magic.
Does that take her 10 minutes as well?
No, she's casting it just as a
Okay,
regular.
I was like, you're gonna be studying that dinosaur for a while.
No. All right. You cast your detect magic spell, and actually, we're gonna use that as a moment to go back to Locke and Sombra. Sombra has been standing at the bottom of the stairs for the last 10 minutes.
What?
Sombra, you leave Locke in the pile of boxes in the basement, and you make your way up the stairs. And when you get to the top of the stairs, you notice that it leads into what looks to be like a break room area. There isn't anybody in here right now, but there's a door to your right and the door straight in front of you. So the stairs come out right here. I don't know if you can kind of see this.
Yeah.
The stairs come out right here. There's a door here and a door here.
Alrighty.
What would you like to do?
I see some items in there, I guess. I would like to see what's in the boxes. Does that sound right?
Yeah, yes. Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
Sure. 19.
19. Okay. Yeah, you actually find in this area that there is a small, like partially open box that has 3 palm-sized cards inside of it. And there's a scrap of paper in there that says spare alarm pass cards.
Ooh. Well, I feel like I don't really know. I don't know if I have to be sleight of hand here, but I really feel like I want to take one of those.
Yeah, you don't have to. There's nobody here right now. So
yeah.
you pocket one of the cards.
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
You also notice that you got a 19, right, with your perception? Yeah. You also notice that in between a couple of supply boxes is like a vial, like, you know, a small vial, and on the outside it says vitality. Looks to see be like a potion of some sort.
Interesting. I guess I'll just pocket that as well.
Okay. All right.
I'm just stealing everything early. Sorry, folks.
That's all right. So you pocket the bottle, and then you also have the pass card. Where would you like to go from here? Everything else doesn't really seem of anything of note.
Right. Can I crack the door open stealthily and see what's on the other side?
Which door?
Let's go. You can't see what I'm clicking. So on my screen, it would be the door that leads to the room with like the yellow and orange tile.
Yes. So the one to the right. Yeah, you.
Sure. My left.
Yes. Right. As you're coming out of the stairs.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. Yes. Right. This door here. Hold on.
Correct.
This one.
Left, right?
Left,
Yeah,
right?
left.
Right. You left.
That's the one.
This is the one. Okay. You can walk up to it. Roll me a perception check.
Perception.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 6.
Okay. You don't really hear anything on the other side. Door doesn't look to be locked. You trying to do this? You're kind of trying to do this quietly, I think, right? Is what you said.
Stealthily.
Roll a stealth check.
22.
22. Okay. You are very good at kind of knowing that moment that you can like open the door and move it at the right speed where it doesn't actually make any noises. And
They
you
call him Sombra for a reason.
I am the shade.
and you slowly twist that handle and start to creak it open, and it is silent. There is not a sound coming, and you creak it just enough so that you can peer out without actually making it even noticeable that the door is open. And you see that the outside of this door is the main lobby of the museum. You actually can spot a guard that's sort of, he's facing the doorway, so he doesn't see you. His back is to you right now, but he is on the other side of the door, like that is like, there's another door on the hall wall that you're looking out from. And it looks to be like there's a gift shop desk right in front of you as well, with people milling about. Nobody has noticed you open the door.
Wait. I think I'll shut the door and go back into the room then. I don't think I need to go into the lobby.
All right.
And repeat on the other door if possible.
I'll go ahead and have you roll another perception and stealth check for me.
Is an 8.
Okay.
Roll the stuff right now as well then.
Yep, just on both.
And a 14 for stuff.
Okay, so similar. When you walk up to this door, seems the same as the outside one. One difference is that this one seems a lighter. It doesn't seem to be as sturdy. You notice that the door on the outside does seem to be a little bit more protected, if you will. Like tougher to maybe break or something, right? But you again carefully twist the knob on this one, creak it open, no noise, but not quite as stealthy as your first attempt. And on the other side, you find like what looks to be like a records room. You don't see anybody inside.
Right. I think I'd like to step in and see what's in the room.
Yes, it is like I said, a records room. There's a bunch of filing cabinets in here. Seems to be lots of different like books and boxes and things open. There's a door which you would sort of recognize as the one that you saw the guard standing right in front of, that goes to your right, and there's another door in front of you.
Yeah, well, I think, gosh, I would want to look for clues in here. Is that perception or investigation, I guess? So
Yeah, either one, whichever one you want to.
Well, yeah, perception has a higher
Okay.
bonus.
Yeah.
So I don't know what B means. Oh, 23.
Okay. 23. You find some information about past exhibits and also some museum's financial records, and you notice that it actually confirms what Dr. Daniel had said to you earlier, which is that the museum is struggling to stay open because it isn't receiving the amount of donations that it used to receive. And so you find some records that sort of confirm that. And then below some other books and things, you actually find an old record that has all of the placements of the alarms in the museum.
Great. Well, I would like to pull out my digital camera and take a picture. You know what? I think it's a busy night. I don't think anyone's gonna be looking at that. I would like to take that.
Okay. All right. You take the document that has the alarm placement and pocket it.
Yeah. And I know the lobby is to the right, so I'm gonna try that one last door and see what's in that other.
Yeah. You find that this other door looks very similar to the ones that you were just came through. Why don't you go ahead, if you're trying to do this stealthily, roll a stealth check.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I did perception there. So it was a 10 and 10. Is that
Okay, dirty 20.
No. He had rolled both
Oh,
perception.
oh,
and
okay,
stealth,
okay,
and he
okay.
rolled 10 on both, so
Gotcha,
the stealth
gotcha.
was a 10.
Gotcha.
Yes,
Stealth,
sorry.
which
Thank you. No.
10 total.
10 for stealth total. Yeah.
Okay. That's like you must have rolled like a 3, right? Because don't you have like +7
5.
to stealth? Oh, 5. Okay.
Sleight of hand is +7.
Yeah. All right. Well, you crack open the door to this next room, and you see nobody inside again, but it looks like an office. There is like a big, large oak desk, and you do notice that there is like this weird human-sized doll in the corner of the office, sort of against that wall there. I don't know if you see this right here.
Yeah.
You do see this weird, like, large porcelain doll that is the size of a human. Just seems to be like, like a mannequin doll, almost like standing up in the corner. But other than that, the just this large desk seems to be an office of some sort.
Right. Well, I would like to just scope the room out real quick then.
All right. Yeah, you do ahead another one.
12.
12. Okay. Yeah, you kind of search through the desk a little bit every once in a while, kind of keeping an eye on this doll. Doll doesn't seem to be doing anything. It's just a doll. But the desk has some papers on it, and as you search through, you open one of the drawers, and you actually find a guard patrol route.
Yeah, definitely would like to keep it.
Sombra finding all the information for you guys.
Yeah.
And you actually do notice, after glancing at the doll a handful of times, that there seems to be like a name sewn into this old dress that the doll is wearing. It says Marigold.
I don't know what to do with that, except maybe a password to something later. I don't know. Can I take note of it? And,
sure. Yeah. And then there is a door. I don't know if you can see this, but there is a door to the right, which you would probably deduce leads out to the lobby.
Yes. I would like to just reverse and go back to meet my colleague then.
All right. You head back down into the basement. At this point, Locke has finished casting his ritual of detect magic. And Locke, I'm guessing you're going to kind of scope out the basement that you're in with your little extra filter.
So Sombra, I guess, is coming in, and I'm just tell him, perfect timing. I just finished up the spell, so let me look around here and see if I spot anything magical in the area. So I'm going to do a quick look around. Do I see anything? Does Locke see anything in there that's magical? Anything specifically targeting like those gems and also the secret passage?
In the basement, you do not see anything glowing.
Okay, so there's no magic regarding the secret tunnel or the gems.
Right.
I'm looking at Sombra. Do I see anything on him that's glowing?
No. Oh, yes. You do. You see a square glowing in his pocket.
Oh, hey, look at that. You're glowing there, bud. What what'd you find up there? Anything good?
Do I know what is glowing? I found a card. That's what it was.
Yes.
A magical card.
What kind of some kind of key card or something?
I believe so. It was a alarm bypass card.
That sounds like exactly what kind of thing we're looking for here. All right, awesome. Yeah, I haven't found anything down here. I figured I'll sneak into the secret passage. I'm pretty small. I should be able to fit. Does the passage, is it like a normal size passage, or is it like a halfling size passage, or what is it?
No, it's definitely feasible for even like a human to go through, or an elf, or anybody.
Well, I'd feel better if you came along with me here, Sombra. I don't. Tight quarters is not really my thing when it comes to stumbling across the near do wells. So.
Yeah. Let's
Um.
go to the tunnel.
All right, you
All right.
guys head through the tunnel. Are you trying to do this quietly, or are you just kind of quickly making your way?
Yeah,
Yes,
for
quiet.
sure.
All right, both of you guys are rolling a stealth check.
18 total for me.
18.
Nice. I got 15 plus 1, 16.
Okay. 16 and 18. All right. You are it's pretty easy to do because this tunnel is really dimly lit. Like there's not really any lighting in here. It doesn't seem to be like a active tunnel. It just seems to be like at some point maybe somebody made this as a clearly passage out of the museum that wasn't obvious. And after about 50 feet or so, you see a ladder at the end with like a opening at the top.
After 50 feet?
Yeah.
I think we should go up. What do you think?
Yeah, let's go.
Wait, I'll let you go first. You're the sneaky one here.
Sure. Yeah, I'll climb up. Is there a hatch or something that we
There
need to
is.
climb?
Yeah.
Weak arms. You don't want me above you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is.
Cool.
There's a hatch at the top. It doesn't appear to be locked. It's like a pretty easy thing to just push open and slide over. And you find almost like blinds you for a second because it's light out. Even though you're just in this like really dimly lit tunnel, and it just seems to be like you're in the middle of this like grove of trees.
Grove of trees.
Yeah, and you would like contextually you would know that where the museum is located is sort of like on the edge of a like road where there's like a woods behind it. So this seems to be in the woods behind the museum.
What do you think, Locke? Do we just step out and head to the front, or do we cut back through somewhere? Or?
Well, if I didn't know any better, this seems that like everything's falling in our laps here. We got an alarm discard key. We've got a secret entrance out the back. I mean, now we just need to find a way to get in there. Back down here to the basement. Did you see a way back down here from the stairs you went to? Can we get back to the basement?
We can get to the basement by climbing down this and going back through the tunnel, right?
Well, there we go. Okay, so let's go out here and let's go in the front door and find our friends.
Yeah.
We'll come in like normal people and they won't be any the wiser.
I think that's the plan.
All right.
We're going to try and link back up, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys head back around to the front of the museum. Flank, you've been chilling on the first floor for quite a while here.
Very patiently.
Very patiently chilling on the first floor.
Knocking on the walls.
Yeah, tell me. Are other than searching for maybe some like other hidden doors or like hidden areas, any other information you would like to try and gather?
Yeah, we need invitations to the gala.
No, you have invitations. Dr.
we do have
Daniel
invitations.
gave you invitations.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, shoot. Well, I don't know of anything yet.
Okay.
So
Well, let me have you roll a perception check.
okay. Let's start there. $14.
14. Okay. When you are doing your perimeter of this like lobby area, you walk past a group right here of guests, and you notice that one of them is dressed fancier than the other. The other two are also dressed nice, like they look like they're probably here for the gala. They're here early. And the other one is an elf, and she seems to be wearing like professional clothes. It's this woman right here who's got the red dress on. And she is talking to this couple in front of her about you'll just be amazed when you see it. The gem is just the most prized treasure the museum has ever been able to behold. And for me to be able to curate it is just an achievement for my career that I've not, I'm so proud of. And you deduce that this is probably Alda Arkin, the curator of the museum. She also seems to be kind of like plying them a little bit, you recognize the sales tactics yourself. And she seems to be really like priming them up for like a donation once they get to actually go to the gala and see the exhibit later.
Yeah, okay. I need a out of the moment kind of second here.
Yeah.
Okay, team, remind me, like, what's our priority with her specifically based on what the doctor had told us earlier? Because I definitely zoned out at that part. But
I remember them saying that she was in charge of the museum, that she had fired the other girl and like ignored the risks or problems or dangers or whatever.
right.
We know
okay.
there's financial burden, so she's
Yeah.
desperate, is what we
Yeah.
know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Um.
Okay.
My notes
Yeah,
are not super helpful. I don't know what to ask her.
I'm wondering if, as far as like the financial piece, that seems like the route, right? But
Right, yeah.
how do I convince somebody that I have something to bring to the table that is going to help her? So like I'm thinking, like, if I can convince her I'm some secret like gem connoisseur and or eccentric collector or something.
Yeah,
that
either
I
that
could-
eccentric piece or you got to go full gala mode and charm that you have the money to make a difference.
You have the bag with the clothes in them, right?
True. Yes, I could change first.
Come
Yes.
on and join the conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all right. Here we go. Back into it.
Okay.
So that's what I'm gonna do, DM. I'm looking for a place where I can slippy do that into, hopefully not a dress.
How
Just
private are you looking for?
I think somewhere in the plant exhibit will be
Okay.
plenty. Just around the corner, so they
You're gonna
can't
do it
see.
in the exhibit. There are privies, I will remind you.
Oh yeah. Let me hit a privy.
Okay, I mean you can do it in the exhibit.
Be bold.
No, that's more of a Gary thing.
Yeah, that is a Gary
Museum.
thing. All right, you head upstairs to the privies. I will mention that despite what Selena mentioned earlier, the privies are not plumbing. They are just a large tube that goes all the way down to like a drainage system below the museum.
How large?
I mean long,
Yeah.
like with super long.
No,
tube.
like how large is the tube?
I mean maybe 10 inches, 12 inches, like this.
Like egg sized?
No, larger than eggs. Oh, egg like that kind of egg.
Yeah. We drop an
Always
egg.
thinking
Sure.
about contingencies. Plus, I don't know anything that my friends know yet. So,
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
yes. It seems like you could drop at the bare minimum. You could put the bag down it.
Okay.
Did we
Noted.
learn how big the egg is?
You haven't seen it yet.
You said it was about the size of a loaf of bread.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. I have loaf of bread written down.
just notes with loaf
look
of
at that.
bread.
It's also my
Bread.
shopping list while we play
You're
D&D.
taking notes.
I love it.
Okay,
So you
I'm
change,
gonna rifle
yeah.
through the bag of holding to hopefully find a set of clothes that appear to fit me.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, I put them on, and I put my clothes, my precious monkey robes, into
The bag.
the bag.
Got it. All right, you are in full gala attire.
Does the bag of holding happen to have any monocles or glasses in it?
Why don't you just roll me a d20?
All right.
Ooh.
14.
It does.
Alright, fantastic. I find it a wonderful pair of glasses that don't appear to impact my vision poorly,
Yes.
and I believe they will play a critical piece in my disguise.
What I want to know what you do with the bag. Like the doctor.
Mm,
Oh, I mean,
Yeah.
it's not
Oh, it's a satchel.
yeah, it's like
Right.
it's like a side.
It just looks like
side
Indiana
satchel.
Jones thrown
Yes.
in there.
all right, I have my satchel. I have
Mhm.
my glasses.
Yes.
I'm gussed up.
Yes.
I'm going back down to the lobby to make sure Miss What's Her Pants is still there.
Yes. She is. The couple she was talking to is gone, and she seems to be sort of scoping the room for her next conversation.
All right. Can I visually very quickly identify what the most expensive looking thing in the room is?
Ooh. Give me a perception check.
Okay.
Actually, give me insight.
Oh, okay. Good, because hopefully that'll be better than what I just rolled. Only by 2. It's a 12. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, in this, I'll say during that time that you were sort of like walking around, you went into the plants exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
And you did notice that there were some like beautiful plants that looked like so delicate and precious, like they were encased behind glass. That even though it's like real organic material versus like a gemstone or something like that you would actually guess that something like that, because it is so fragile, would be expensive.
Okay. All right. Hopefully she can see me if I'm by that thing you were just describing.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna go stand over by that plant,
Okay.
semi-biological material plant.
What is your intention? Are you trying to make yourself look like her next victim?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So I'm trying to draw her in.
Yes. Yeah.
What I'm trying to do. So
go ahead and roll
I'll
me
stand there
a
and
performance. Roll me a performance check. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see
I gotta find the button.
how good you are at pretending to be a
All right, 17.
Yeah, this is you've seen enough people do this in your time who you're trying to sell crystals to. So you stand there and you look very astute, and you see out of your peripheral vision Alda walk up to you and, oh, I see you're enjoying our ancient plants exhibit. This is one of the most undervalued from a public-facing eye, but let me tell you, financially, it is worth the most. You must have a tasteful eye for the right exhibits.
And you must have a skilled eye at seeing who has a skilled eye.
Yes.
May I assume that you're the Elda, whatever her last name is, the bona fide curator of this extraordinary establishment?
Why, yes, I am.
A pleasure.
Yes.
A pleasure.
What is your name,
to make
sir?
your acquaintance. My name is Falan K. Falan K. I hail from the Kiosco area. It's just to the north-southwest of here. But I am very, very intrigued by many of the pieces I've seen here today. This one, of course, is a treasure, as you mentioned, but not so much of a treasure as you, my dear.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna have you roll a deception check with advantage, because that was a good
10 out of 10.
Yeah, it was a good cover for your character by flattery. A lot of people will hand wave things when you're nice to them. Flattering.
All right. The first one was a nat 20.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Yeah. She is not suspicious in the slightest. She's like, oh, Kiosco. Yes, I've heard great things from those who come from there. Well, Flan, it is so nice to meet you.
Likewise.
It's interesting because, of course, this is one of our most beautiful exhibits, but actually, the star of the show tonight, I assume you will be attending our gala very shortly here. When you see the Murkmire Stone, you will be amazed at the beauty that is housed within. It will surpass this times 10.
Well, I have to tell the truth.
Oh.
I've heard of this stone, and I will say I have traveled here specifically to get my eyes on such a precious gem.
Well, I am excited and delighted to hear it. The fact that it is drawing visitors from as far away as you have mentioned, and it hasn't even been, fully open to the public yet, is quite an accomplishment. It seems that the museum has great future in store. Can can we make our way up there? I believe the exhibit will be opening soon. If you'd like, I can show you.
Please,
and-
after you, yes.
And so she like goes to be like your private tour guide for this
Yes.
exhibit.
This is so good.
um, she walks you up to the second level, and you as you make your way in, this is the first time you've been on the second floor here. You see the dinosaur, all the stuff that I described before. And you see there's a guard standing in front of a closed door on this wall, and she walks you up to this guard and she goes, excuse me, we need to see inside of this room very quickly. Mr. Flan here, I mentioned that I give him a private showing of this before the gala. And the guard at the front door is like, well, all right, if you say so, ma'am, I guess then you can do that. I mean, it's your museum. And he sort of steps to the side, and she opens the door for you, and inside is this beautiful gem exhibit. There are no people in here, just by the fact that you see some figurines. Ignore those. The gem is not this purple thing. It's just really pretty, like, thing in the map. The gem is actually in the center here. Do you see this thing that looks sort of like an egg? Weird. Huh. And she walks you up to it, and there's like a rope in front of it, you know, obviously seems to be like you kind of keep your distance, and it's on a pedestal. And she goes, this here is the Murkmire Stone. What a beauty to behold, right?
Oh, it truly is. As someone that has spent a lifetime dedicated to curating their own private collection of unique and wonderful things, I can tell you confidently this is a treat.
Well, I'm sure, Mr. Flan, then you can understand the value of having items like this in a museum, so it can catch the eye of future scholars and curators such as yourself. You know, we unfortunately do rely on donations from our curators and private collectors such as you to help keep our doors open so that the public can enjoy these beauties. We can't hold these spectacles to ourselves. We really need to share these beauties with the world, as I'm sure, you know, everybody, just as you and I are getting to enjoy this, would love to be able to see the Murkmire Stone for years and decades and centuries to come.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. It's what's the word I'm looking for? This community is lucky to have such a wonderful display to advance their understanding of the world, and to be in such good hands as yourself. I'm sure there's, of course, you know, I'd be more than willing to make an investment, but you must be bringing in investments constantly with the quality of the shows that you put here.
Give me a persuasion check.
11.
Okay, hold on. Yes, you know, we are, you know, continuing to show this great prize possession and all of our curations to collectors such as yourself. But of course, there isn't, you know, there's no guarantee of the future. And so we always invite new sources of support for the museum's great cause.
Yes, indeed. Well, you may have put an idea in my head. I'll have to think on it, and of course talk to my man, but
your man?
I may be able to assist. In fact, I know of one other investor who will be present tonight.
Oh.
She's a bit unorthodox, and most people underestimate her. But I believe you'll make fast friends.
Well,
Selena Seacrest is her name.
interesting. I look
Yes.
forward to an introduction, I hope, when she arrives later.
I do have to ask, of course, and I'm sure you'll understand my earnestness. Considering the value of this object, just one guard, I am slightly concerned about the safety and security of what we've got to share here.
Well, I appreciate your concern. When the exhibit opens and we have the gala actually happening, we will have 2 additional staff members here in this room. And of course, I'm sure you can deduce, as probably you have with your own private collection, that we have other measures in place to make sure that that this stone is secure.
Good, good, good. I'm beyond happy. I imagine you've got, I have like a key access that, to get into places. It's got to be something similar. Of course, you don't have to confirm. You don't have to confirm. I just, it's one of those things.
Go ahead.
Spared no expense on my
roll
security
me-
system at
roll
home. I
me-
know how important it is.
Roll me another persuasion check.
This is so good.
It's another 12. Get
Okay.
out of those low teens.
Well, she kind of gives you a look like, how much is she willing to share with you? And she says, well, I mean, a pass card or a key card would be the bare minimum, but we have also ensured that this gem stays put by magical means, if you know what I mean.
Yes, I do believe I do know what you
Yes,
mean.
I'm sure
Thank you.
your collection
Yes.
must be top of the line security.
Yes, I
Yeah.
don't even travel without my own private security. Some people would have called me a little paranoid, but honestly,
You can never be too
know.
cautious.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
And I think, again, I cannot wait for you to meet Selena, and I am truly, truly looking forward to the gala tonight. Now, my last question, and of course, I'll let you get back to your duties.
Oh, as much time as you want, Mr.
Do you
Flung.
think that there will be pretzels at the gala tonight? I am quite famished, and they are a delectable delicacy in this neck of the woods, I hear. There's a man down the street. I do not know if you know him, but his name is Arizona.
No, it does not ring. Doesn't ring a
something like
bell.
that.
No.
I've heard wonderful things about his soft pretzel sticks.
Oh,
Anywho,
okay.
I'll
have to note
loved
that.
our time together. I am going to see myself out. Of course, thank you so much for your time.
Oh yes, I'll walk out with you. And she like.
Oh.
Yes, yeah. I mean, there's nobody
Very
else
well.
in this room. It's just you guys.
I just thought you might want to admire the beauty of your piece here.
Oh, I've had plenty of time to admire it. Trust me. I'm just looking forward to seeing everybody else admiring it later. All right. Well, yes, I'll let you get to enjoying the other exhibits. You can continue looking at those beautiful plants downstairs. But it was so lovely to meet you. And she puts her hand out to shake your hand. And I look forward to meeting your acquaintance.
I grab her
later.
hand with both hands and awkwardly shake it up and down. Thank you.
And then you sort of part your ways. At this point, are you trying to sort of just blend back into the exhibit crowd?
Yes, my goal is to just kind of meander my way back down to the lobby and eventually just make my way outside.
Okay. All right. You meander your way back down to the lobby, and you see Selena, and actually Locke and Sombra. You guys all sort of converge at the same time at this point, around the, stairway between the first and the second floor. I will ask Locke and Sombra, what'd you do with your weapons?
Correct.
Oh, I just left mine outside. I don't need mine. I don't need my weapon. But yeah, but I'm definitely gonna, like, Blank has changed outfits, right? And I'm something weird is going on there, so I'm gonna ignore him.
Okay.
I'm not gonna go up and talk to him.
Okay, you do see
specifically, and I'm gonna like try and convey that. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna cast message. It's a little cantrip. And I'm just gonna whisper at Sombra and Selena, and I'm gonna say, I think Flank is up to something. He changed his clothes. Let's not talk to him at all. You can reply to this message.
Just a reply all.
So you can. It's a whispered message that only you guys can hear, and you can whisper back.
And I whisper sounds, and I sent it too early, so then I have to say sorry. Sounds good. Send that one and follow.
I'm just gonna leave you on red.
That's right. Yeah. Yes, I think Locke and I came up with a great hiding spot outside where we left our weapons.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. So I'm gonna then whisper that to Flank. I'm gonna say, I think we found something outside. You should probably take a look at. We can meet in the woods across the street, and I'm gonna pass that to everybody. I think, so we
Alright.
can
I'm
just
gonna use the super secret, totally known by everybody nod signal.
Yes.
That means I got the message, and let's do it.
Selena, how about you? How do you respond hearing those messages?
I'm Nick Katie. I cast a spell up there in the room, and I'm supposed to be left there.
Wait, what spell did you cast?
She was
Detect
detecting
magic! Oh my gosh, you're right. I forgot. Okay.
I cannot meet up with my friends yet.
Well, you can. We'll say this happened while all these other things were
Right.
occurring. Yeah. You're good. Yes, I forgot.
Okay,
that.
I joined them, and I am telling them what happened. That is
Yes.
what it is.
Okay. Well, let
To
me
the
tell
woods,
you.
then.
Let me tell you what you detected magic on. You noticed at the bottom of this dinosaur statue had a like magical box that was glowing. You also noticed that let's see, what else would you have seen?
So yeah, detect magic lasts for a half hour, I think. So you had
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
10 minutes. So you had 10 minutes to kind of scope out.
Yeah. So for 10 minutes, you sort of did a loop around to see like what else was there. Picking all the things. Hold on. You notice that there's also magic, what looks to be maybe like on the ground, outside of this door here, like the door to the exhibit, and also on the ground here. There's not a door, but in this like doorway. Where else? Oh, you notice in this area down here, it's this exhibit with like ancient gems and weapons here. That there is 2 weapons that are glowing, a dagger that's glowing, and a hand axe that is glowing. They're like displayed on the wall behind some glass. And yeah, that is everything. You see. And then you go back down and meet up with your friends. All right, so you guys all meet up outside of the museum to chit chat. I am actually gonna say let's take a break for like 10 minutes. Everybody can fill their drinks up, use the restroom, whatever. Come back. You can decide what you're going to actually do. Time-wise, for the gala and everything like that, when you come back, it would be like opening time for the gala. So,
Smash and grab is out then right now, huh?
I mean, you can. The gala is still open to the public. The museum is open during the gala. It's just that the stone will also be on display.
Yeah, she's taking away our murder hobo option there. Just stab the guard and try to get out.
Right. One guard, a little bit of magic.
Yeah.
Run it. Just
I
run it.
should have done it while I was in the room right next to it.
We're all right there.
Consequences be damned.
Smash and grab. Okay, sounds
All
good.
right,
10
so
minutes.
yeah, we'll take a break. We'll see you guys all back here in 10 minutes. Welcome back from break. Hopefully everybody had some refreshing things to see some snacks occurring. Loving that. And we're gonna jump right in back to where we were. So you all have finished casing the joint, as it will, with some great clues that you can share with each other and decide what your next steps are. You are currently outside of the museum, kind of off to the side, where you make sure that you're inconspicuous and can have conversation freely for the most part.
Mm-hmm. Can I assume we can skip the part where we relay all the
Yeah.
information
Yes,
we all learned?
Yes, you tell each other the things that you all just heard your characters
Listen,
experience.
some people want to RP that, but I think we don't
Yeah,
have time.
we don't. Yeah, no, we're good. So, yeah, you have all of your pieces now. What do you like to do?
All right. So the way I see it, we got a couple things we got to figure out. We need a way in. We need a distraction of some sort where we can draw attention away from the gym so people's eyes aren't on it, because obviously there's going to be a lot of eyes on the thing. We need to snag it somehow, and get it in our possession. We need a way out, and I think we also need a scapegoat of some kind. I don't know, switching accents here for some reason, but listen, I don't think any of us want to get caught with the gem. We want someone else. So what are we gonna do? Luckily for the way in, we've got our invitations. And
Oh no! Oh no! You turned your camera off! No! Oh no! You need to unmute yourself, not camera.
I was just trying to unmute and it did my.
Well, we know the order.
Yeah, we do. Okay, everybody but Brittany. Okay, John.
Sorry.
Then Ruki. Then Nolan. All right, you can you muted yourself again. Did you mean to do that? Okay.
I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
The accent's falling apart. The stream is shifting. It's just. I lost the thread.
Yeah. You had
right.
said I don't know. Brittany was gonna unmute herself to say something.
Yeah.
I don't think I was. I think I was just. I don't even remember.
So the way I see it, we've got our invitations. I heard Flon K mentioned that he's, privy or partial to some pretzels. So maybe we can sneak in with some pretzels and claim we're part of something for him. Like, oh look, I've got pretzels for Flon K. He requested these specifically from Arizona. Something like this, So this, I feel like it gets us easy ins to the area as different personalities, right? Distractions, I feel like Selina's got lots of options for that. We got that frog cloud of hers that's a killer. We've got water playing with, she can do all those sorts of things. Feel like that's pretty good. Snagging the gem, Sombra's got those cards. I feel like we can deactivate some of the alarms with them, perhaps. Maybe that gets us in. We don't know all the protections in place, so we'll have to be a little careful around that, I think. And we've got our way out. I mean, with this secret tunnel seems like a slam dunk. Almost like it was put there for us. It's crazy. The thing I'm worried about is we're clearly not. I mean, something might give us away, right? And I don't want people's eyes straight on us, thinking, "Oh, it was these strange folks who claiming to be rich people who look nothing apart." I mean, obviously, Blonde K over here fits in like a glove, but the rest of us, I don't know if I can pull it off. So maybe we need somebody else to take the fall, so they're not thinking it's us. You mentioned this guard, Grendor. He seems like a stand-up guy, but he's got money troubles. So there's clearly an out there. The museum having some money troubles too. So even Elda herself could be a potential scapegoat. I mean, she ignored the warnings. She fired her #1 researcher who even found the dang thing, all in the name of making some money. So if it was up to me and it was my vote, I'd say she should be taking the fall for all of the fallout for this. So yeah. We found the gems in the basement also. We mentioned those. Not under any magical, anything like that. So I'm thinking if we can somehow plant those gems or get something on this Elda character and make them think that she's been pillaging from the museum, which is why they're in money troubles, and she's ignoring warnings, then I feel like she should be taking the fall for all this. So I'm not really sure how we get that to happen, but I feel like that's what we need to be doing.
We could use the doctor as part of the distraction. like to make a scene, because she could confront the Elda in like at the gala or something. I don't know. I do really like the idea of using her as a scapegoat. I don't know how to tie to make the implications you're talking about making. Like,
Right.
I do want to know what's up with the weird doll in her office, that marigold
Right,
doll. It's got a
marigold.
name. It's
It's
gotta
weird as
be
shit, man.
significant.
Who keeps a doll with a name tag?
Maybe the doctor will know something about it. Do we have any way of getting back in touch with her?
You don't. And also, you deduce from her quick leaving that, like, she was probably going to need all of this time tonight to try and finish the contraption that
Okay.
would keep it safe.
Yeah. Which she said she was going to work on at the museum, I thought. Like
No,
in her
she's
shop, right?
no, her
Oh.
personal shop.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Do we need to investigate the marigold doll and then maybe like on our way into the gala? Because I also would like to explore more of that magic box underneath the dinosaur.
Mm.
What is that about? I don't know. I learned about it.
Mm.
I'll
Do you think it could be
I'll
related to an alarm system or something like that?
I'll give you some clarification.
Dinosaur?
I'll give you some clarification on what you saw, since we were sort of cursory glancing, like talking through that. But you saw like this obviously large dinosaur, and it's standing on like a pedestal, and on the pedestal there's like a square panel that was glowing.
Mm.
So maybe like some kind of chute, like trapdoor leads to a chute of some kind? No? I don't know.
Oh, could be.
So we have our alarm deactivation card, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that deactivate all of the alarms simultaneously?
Well, I'll say collectively, out of all four of you being there, you would have seen like the guards have these passes also hanging from like their belts, and they sort of hold it up like a key card to any spot that has an alarm. And don't forget, you have a map of all the places where there are alarms.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Can we
Can we
cross-reference
see that?
Yeah, I will mention to you that on the map it has like the alarm activation times, and it's when the museum is closed.
And we also have the patrol routes for the guards.
Yes.
Does that also have times on it? Is that also for when it's closed?
That doesn't have any times.
Okay. Is that for this evening though specifically, or does it seem general, or?
Seems like there are spots for a dozen guards, which Selena, that's what she learned from that guard, that there was a dozen on duty. They had a full staff, is what he said.
We got 12 guards. And 3 will be in the room.
So basically,
guards.
at
Right, 3 will be in the
minimum,
room.
we're not going to
Right, good
get rid
memory.
of those 3 in the room. Like, even if something were to happen outside the room, they're not going to really probably go anywhere.
I wonder if we can do any of this like out of sequence too, to like even further mask what we're doing or like draw attention away, right? So like if we could, I mean, not that we have a ton of tools at our disposal, but like, you know, steal the gem or cause the thing to happen outside of when the distraction happens, or before or after, so that, you know, like let's say we make it look like the gem is stolen, and, you know, but it's not, it's still there, or it's like in the room still, and then everybody panics and they lock down, and then everybody runs and people chase, and then we make our move or something. You know what I mean? Like do things out of sequence so that it's not like right on, like so that, yeah, I don't know. I'm playing around with different ideas of how we can make this happen. I don't have anything solid yet, but just throwing spitballing.
I do feel like as far as in the room, being able to use like the fog cloud to cover us, either to like, I do like that idea of like almost like a red herring kind of make it look like somebody's taking it, cause them to react, and then like actually take it in the throes of reacting or whatever, or something like that. But so that made me think of the fog cloud for like, you could make the egg look like it's doing something that people aren't expecting itself, or just to cover us while we need to move about in that space or something like that. Is the fog cloud like hurt people?
You should
Great
read that
question.
spell.
Oh no.
One moment. Fog cloud. I create a 20-foot radius sphere of fog centered on a point within range. The sphere spreads around corners, and its area is heavily obscured. It lasts for the duration or until a wind of moderate or greater speed, at least 10 miles per hour, disperses it.
So it would last forever in a building.
What's the duration? No, the duration of the spell.
Well, the duration. It would last the full duration. It would blow away or anything.
Yeah. Should say the duration on there.
Concentration up to 1 hour.
So I could use prestidigitation. I could make an illusory object. It looks like this thing, maybe. Make people think it's going one way. Will we take it a different way? Maybe. You can create a non-magical trinket or illusory image that can fit in your hand, which this I think qualifies as. That lasts until the end of your next turn. Oof. So
not
only
your
6.
hand, maybe Sombra's hands, but not
Maybe
your
Sombra's hand, or maybe I could also theoretically,
Dr. Arkin?
I have as a ritual I could cast Unseen Servant, an invisible, mindless, shapeless medium force that performs simple tasks at your command until the spell ends. Springs into action, AC 10, 1 hit point, strength of 2. I can mentally command it to move up to 15 feet, interact with an object, perform simple tasks. That lasts an hour.
The one spell you mentioned, you can't create something?
I can create a small illusion for just a couple seconds, not a long time. I can blind
I was just
people.
thinking it would be if you could create a fake egg.
Right.
And then we swap them and then blame Elga for having taken the real thing and put a display out, like a fake egg out, then that could be the pinning.
Yeah. If only we had some way of getting into contact with the other curator person, because she could act as like a source of truth to be like, oh, I'll tell you if it's the real one or the fake one because I'm the expert who dug it up, right? And then we could, be like, oh, it's the fake one. She must have hidden the real one or something like that. And then, I don't know. There's lots of options. The sky's the limit is the problem, right? We can solve this in a bunch of different ways. We could smash and grab. That's always a good.
I will give you some insight here. Sombra, as you guys are talking and you're reviewing the alarm map that you received, you notice that all of the alarms that they show are mostly door alarms. Like some of the doors are armed. A couple of the statues have alarms on them. And there's nothing in the room with the gem exhibit that you can see.
There's magic around the actual egg.
So she mentioned to you, Flanke, that there was magic protecting the gem, but it must not be these standard alarms that she's got set up all over the museum, or else the map would show that. So there's some other kind of magic protecting this egg too that we have to worry about.
I bet it's that freaking dinosaur comes to life or something. And because the pedestal had that magic square on it, right? Yeah.
Once we get it, and to get to the secret tunnel, we got to get to the basement. We know that getting to the basement, if we go down to the first floor and go into that office by the shop, door will lead down to the basement and then out the tunnel. If we can get there secretly. But
did they have any replica eggs in the gift shop? Just straight up national treasure this.
Oh my gosh.
I thought I saw an egg-like item in a case on the map.
In a different place. There was another one of those eggs. Now, I don't know if that was just, because you had limited assets to work with.
Why don't I have Selena and Flanke, both of you guys roll me?
You guys could call me Flank. That was my fancy name. Okay.
I love it though.
I also like that you did not give Selena a fake name.
Oh yeah.
You gave yourself a fancy 3-syllable ass name and you left her as Selena.
Selena Seacrest. Like, oh, here's your straight up real name. Not gonna cover that at all for that.
I'm Flanke.
Sorry, Selena.
I'm offended on many levels.
Let's have both of you guys roll. I want you to roll a history check to see if you let's have you do perception and history, both.
Okay.
Okay, what'd you get for the perception?
18.
Okay.
I got a 19.
Okay, and history?
10.
And a 4.
Okay. Selena, when you were walking around with your detect magic, do you remember when I pointed out that there was a dagger and a axe that glowed?
Yes, dagger, hand axe, glowing. I noted that.
So I don't remember who just mentioned the gift shop thing, but as one of you, as one of you guys, both of you guys raised your hands. You guys, somebody
we mentioned it in different reasons at different times.
I know. As they talk about the idea of there being like an egg in the gift shop, you remember that when you were in that hallway with the hand axe and the dagger, that there was other gems in that exhibit, and you weren't really like fully looking for other stuff. And also at the time, you didn't know what the actual Murkmire Stone looks like. But after Flanke described to you what he saw, and then it like prompted your memory, oh, wait a second, hold on. I saw a gem in a case that looks very similar in like shape and size. It's a different color than what he described, but it does look very similar to that one.
Friends, I just remembered that when I was upstairs searching the gem room, there was a gem that I think we could dupe for the Murkmire Stone.
Love it.
It's not the right color, so we will need to somehow disguise it.
So supposing we swap them, and then we reveal the swap in an accusatory way, we can definitely draw attention, right? And it could be even our distraction. We wouldn't even need, we just be like, oh, look, it flickered for a second to be the wrong color. And then people, maybe would draw the conclusion that there was a similar gem, or...
We know Flanke has an eye for those kinds of things.
Yeah. And so that
Flanke had seen it earlier, so he's going to know that it's wrong.
Right.
So maybe we don't need to color it. We just need to swap it and then Flan K will notice that it's different,
Hmm.
and then we can turn suspicion.
Would it help if I made a scene out of announcing my new sponsorship of the museum? Like, tell her and announce to the room that I am beyond excited to be the newest patron of this museum, and I will fund its activities for the foreseeable future. And then I notice it's fake or whatever, and I can threaten to like pull my funding or something. It might just
Oh,
be
I'm
embellishment,
liking where this is going.
But
I like that. So that definitely will get everybody up in arms, cause a certain amount of distraction. I think. Did you see something in the room there, Flank, where you think we might be able to stash the gem for the future?
Well, we got to get it to the doctor.
Right, but I'm thinking is that
yeah.
if people think the gem's already stolen when it's not, they'll be searching close by everybody's person for the gem, but we won't have it because it's still there. And then we come back later and actually steal the damn thing before 10 p.m.
I don't remember. Do I remember seeing something that would match that request, Miss DM?
I mean, definitely like hiding places.
There were like
There's
nooks.
definitely some, yeah. Like even when you were in the plant exhibit, you would have probably even seen this with your passive perception. There's like small closets that were sort of obscured, like they're not supposed to be obvious, that look like maybe they're even like maintenance closets or things like that. So there's definitely spots.
That reminds me. Very weirdly reminds me. Did you say earlier that the armor was glowing for magic?
I said that some of the statues were glowing. Yeah.
Okay, so we gotta fight some bed knobs and broomsticks, mother truckers.
They were glowing with the and
Okay,
also
magic.
they're on the alarm sheet.
Okay. Okay. So maybe like motion sensors or proximity alarms or something. Okay.
So I also have the spell. I've got this one ready to go at a moment's notice. I've got Disguise Self, so I can't do too much with my stature. I can go plus or minus a foot, but I could definitely appear to be somebody else. Might be worthwhile just to make sure that I don't stand out. But also like, could use that to be somebody if we find some other person that we could draw attention to. I could pretend to be them, do something suspicious. Maybe pull eyes away. There's another dwarf or halfling or gnome or somebody there. Just so we have all our tools out on the table.
Yes, I love a good table.
What are my thieves' tools? What is that, Katie?
If something is locked,
Oh,
you would need to have thieves' tools to attempt to unlock it.
So we're saying right now the plan seems to be shaking up, steal the gem, change it slightly, swap it with the egg, distract the room beforehand, swap it with the egg, and then accuse someone of it while we make away with the egg somehow. Where we're at.
It's pretty intricate.
Let's not forget Agala is also happening. Like everybody is in this space.
Everybody is in the room.
So how do we keep it simple, stupid? Like how do we?
Yeah. Right. Basically, I just get people out of the room, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we have some great fog.
We do have the fog.
Yeah.
It's just, when do we use it? How do we use it?
I do have dark vision. I don't know if that sees in fog.
Okay.
Or just
No.
the dark. No.
It would still, everybody's vision would be obscured in the fog.
Okay. I mean, I'm kind of deferring to our more experienced players here.
Yeah.
Because, you know,
Don't.
yeah.
Don't. This is a
Don't.
bad idea.
Yeah.
I mean, we're planning a heist. I don't have any experience planning heists. I'll tell you that much.
Sure.
You know, so I think about my own skills. My sleight of hand is the most bonus, like plus
Yeah.
7. So making the swap seems to make sense.
Yep.
I have some persuasion or performance, and you know, learning from my almost failed catering fiasco. Yeah, you know, like so, getting someone to move or a room to believe me. Maybe there's some skill there or ability to play on that. When I just think about my own skills, so whether it's getting a guard to move, to go check something else out, to make a room believe someone is dying somewhere else and they need to get out, I don't know. Making the switch, but then having to hand it off or make an exit quickly and regrouping somewhere. I don't know how
maybe you're right. Maybe
helps
this whole
all of it, but that's all I can think about is how can I contribute to this group.
maybe this whole switch idea is just a little overcomplicated, right?
Right.
It's a cool idea, but like, it might not be necessary. Like,
Right.
we do have a bag of holding that we could just toss that bad boy in, and like.
So my biggest worry is what is the magic on the egg? Like, if we grab
Yeah.
it, what happened? Because
Well, and what are they going to do once it's gone? Right? They're going to search all of us. Right? Something goes missing in the middle of a gala. Fancy object. What do you do? You're the museum curator. What are you going to do?
Yeah, you lock it down.
I love the idea of if you can put something up there, even for a second, can the person with the egg, not a second, right, but convince the guard to let them go first, right, before the room breaks into chaos or whatever goes into lockdown. Then you're at least in the building making way.
Yeah.
But
So
again,
you
if we grab
Could
the
Locke
egg,
disguise themselves as a security person?
If there's a short security person, I can be them. I
Yeah,
can disguise
there
myself as
were
them.
guards of all different races.
So I could totally pretend to be a short security person. I could disguise myself as them.
at the entrance of the room, right, or something. Yeah.
Sure, wherever we need to.
Right. Again, I think we have to get eyes turned away to make the switch. Once we make the switch, I don't know what will happen with the magic, or if we even can just switch through it. And by switch, I mean just grab it, and then make a way out of it.
The biggest unknown is what the magic protecting the gem is, right?
How in other campaigns would you figure out what the magic is?
I mean, you investigate it with time, right? But we didn't have time. They limited our access. I mean, this is something we could try and investigate while Locke could take a look at it once he gets in there, right? And use Arcana to try and figure it out, look for inscriptions or markings or that sort of thing, right? But he would have to find, be in the room with it to be able to figure it out. You could try and convey what you saw, and I could try and figure it out from that. Like Flank could tell Locke what he saw. It'd be harder, maybe with disadvantage or something. I don't know, but I could try and figure something out potentially from descriptions.
If you want to try and recall that, Flank, like
we could try and do
what
that.
you saw of what it looked like, and even if you yourself aren't like proficient in Arcana, maybe you can communicate some of the stuff you saw.
I will do my best to describe exactly what I saw in great detail.
Okay,
because I have a fantastic memory, despite not being proficient in Arcana. I do know how to describe a crystal or gem because that was my livelihood.
I'm gonna do this twofold. So first, I'm gonna see how many details Flank can remember. So go ahead and roll a history check for me. Let's see how much you remember.
Natural 20.
Oh! Okay.
I was very good at remembering things.
Okay. That was a clutch nat 20 because how you rolled was going to determine whether or not I made him roll with disadvantage or just straight up. So, good job. Okay, so you can just roll a regular Arcana check. Yeah, he recalls everything. Like, even, I mean, here's the thing. You guys are not newbies at multitasking, right? Like while you were persuading her and talking about your curation and all the things and your donations and all the whatever, you were avidly looking at every detail of this room because you knew this was your way to get intel on the stone, on this pedestal, on the room that you could then convey to your partners afterwards. And so
I did think of all those things while I was doing that part earlier. Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Listen, the dice don't lie.
Flank was definitely thinking of those things. So after those descriptive details, Locke, and he describes some runes that he actually noticed were on like the pedestal, and he even describes like the shape of what they look like. He doesn't know what they mean or anything like that. I need you to roll an Arcana check.
I'm gonna roll it in D&D Beyond because
I'm gonna remind Selena of a cantrip that she has.
Oh yeah.
What's that mean?
Does anyone have anything they could
Like
use to help me in this?
Selena, I think you have something that might be useful.
Great. Where would that fall under?
Under your
under your spells.
Under your spells. Under your spells.
On spells. What the heck?
Cantrip.
Oh, I have guidance.
Look
Is
at
that.
that. That is what we are. Yeah. So that means that you can help him. You're like
I also have just crossing my fingers.
that. That definitely does just as much. Yeah. Yeah. So.
+1.
So Selena, what you're gonna do is roll a 1d4. So there's a regular 4-sided die. If you want to roll a real one, you can. It's this little pyramid one. Looks like this.
What? I'm struggling. I know I saw it earlier.
And then he will get to add that to his roll.
I don't know it.
Good thing she didn't give you the expensive set.
No shit. Oh my god.
Yeah. For sure.
Well, we're just gonna. Okay, D4.
Listen, if you're gonna lose any die, that's the one you don't want to lose because your foot will find this tiny little pyramid at night when the lights are off. And trust me, I've done it before without fail.
A 2.
A 2. Okay.
A 2. All right. Hey, that's a lot. That's 10% better. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna roll it in D&D Beyond because I'm nervous. So I feel like it's too much pressure for me to roll it physically with my hands. No!
What did you get? I didn't see it.
6.
Wait, the DM didn't see it. It doesn't count.
No, it
That's
counts.
16.
No, it counts. Don't do that.
It was a nat 1.
A nat
Oh my
1.
gosh.
Oh
1
no.
plus 5
His
plus 2.
nat 20. Oh, and you just wasted it with a nat 1.
A 1 plus 5 plus 2 is actually 8.
Okay. That's still not high enough.
I knew those pretzels would give you indigestion. I knew
Dang
it.
it.
All right, so
The spicy beer cheese.
okay, so here the best part, this is how it plays out, you guys. Flank describes in perfect detail this room. But Locke, you are convinced that is fake magic. Like, there's no runes that look like that. You're like, I think you're misremembering Flank. Like, you're gaslighting him into thinking that what runes he saw is not real, anything that you recognize at all. You're like, no, that's not familiar at all.
Dang it.
So we're
What a
nowhere
waste.
farther? Then
What
we
a
were.
waste.
Not with the nat 1. You are nowhere farther. Sorry.
What about Selena? Does Selena have any arcane experience she can draw on? Maybe.
I'm still trying to find that dice.
You know, that's true. I will go
I don't have
if
any experience,
you're-
but can I not roll?
well, only if you have proficiency in it at all. Like,
Ah,
so if you have
+1.
is that just
Not
from
really.
your, like, do you have a check mark on it for Arcana? I can't remember if you do or not.
Probably
I don't
not.
I don't think so if she's only got +1, so no, I think it's just you, Locke.
Well,
Um,
sorry.
I'll let you guys roll it with disadvantage. How about that? Selena
You
and
did say you were gonna say yes to us all night.
I know, this is
so-
what I'm doing. I'm doing it. All right, so Selena and Sombra, you guys can try an Arcana check with disadvantage, both of you.
So roll
I
twice
described
the
it in
lower.
such good detail. You might suddenly know.
You're
something
like, you
about
know
me.
Yeah.
what? Locke, I saw you writing that in your book.
In my
So
tiny book.
I just hit the roll.
Okay.
I don't know how to roll still.
I mean, 13.
And then roll again. And you're gonna take
Roll again?
the lower one. Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, 9.
Okay, so yeah, yours is a 9 with your disadvantage. All right, Selena.
Selena got a 19.
And
I didn't do a disadvantage, did I though?
Just do
How
it
do
again.
do it
Just
again.
do
Just
one
do it
more.
again. Just do it again. You take the lowest of the two.
These get higher than a 9.
Oh.
11.
Guys, I'm trying so hard.
Well,
All right, you
we
know
don't
what?
know what spell it is.
I'll give you enough details to know
Sure.
that it seems like the kind of magic and Selena, especially because you have some ability to cast spells, your magic comes from a different place than Locke's. Like, you don't have to write them in a book like he does. You don't carry some tiny book with you, right? You just commune with nature and it all comes to you, right?
It's very intuitive.
It's very
individual.
intuitive. Yes. Yeah, you don't
Mhm.
understand his methods, but you do know that there are spells that exist where they might like magically seal things if they're triggered. So like maybe something that seals a space or a room or a path or something if triggered.
I feel like we already knew that, DM.
We
think-
sort of inferred it, but we have confirmation, I suppose.
Ugh.
So the room with the egg, I'm gonna imagine, goes into lockdown.
There's a trigger. It's gonna have a triggered effect probably that when we move it or touch it or do something with
No, we
it.
do need that other stone. I think that's what we're being led back to because she pointed that out
I
earlier.
think it's Indiana Jones swap-a-roo. Wait.
She holds up her
Okay.
+1.
All right. New idea. We asked about what they would do in the case earlier, very early on. What they would do in case they thought there was a security issue, what they would do with it. Probably take it down to the basement, right? That's what the what's her face? Cassie
Dr.
said,
Daniel.
right? Cassie said, I don't know, they'd probably take it to the basement or something, right? So what if
She seemed non-committal at best.
yeah,
though.
true. But what if we make them think? Okay, two things pop in my head. One, what if we make them think that gem isn't the real gem? No swapping necessary. Just like cause a magical
Them
effect.
to move it to the basement.
That makes it look like the other gem, right? Don't do anything with the other gem. Maybe just hide
Yes,
it or do something with
right.
it. But just make them think it has been swapped. No swapping necessary. And then they pull it to a secure location. You know, flanks hiding in the basement, waiting for it to show up, and gets out through the secret passage, right? Or you know, hide in a crate or something. I don't know.
What if, okay, so Blank earlier mentioned that he could announce
Right.
funding of the
Right.
museum. But maybe after that big announcement, when he makes his way back over to the stone and he's with Elga, the curator, he makes a scene saying that this isn't the one that we saw earlier. Like, what must have happened since
Right.
we toured it? And then that's what triggers, like Elga says, we'll bring it down to investigate it because she doesn't want to lose Flank's funding. And then I don't know what happens after that, but it gets it out of the room.
Yeah.
He goes
Then I
with
fog
her.
the place, and we're
Yeah.
out of there.
I think Somber's in the basement, and because like you can get in there without even going inside, so we don't have to worry about you getting through the door to the office or anything. And then
Tunnel in
you're
the woods to the basement.
yeah, and then you're just there to knock him out or something, or
You have extra.
Well, he's very
attack
charismatic.
damage
So we can
If
just-
it's a sneak attack.
yeah. And like even the fog can come into play down in the basement by chance.
or beforehand upstairs, right? Like their fog goes away, and then I cause an effect. Lock causes an effect to cause the gem to like change to look like the other gem,
Mm-hmm.
and then suddenly people are suspicious that it isn't the real gem. You
Right.
pull your sponsor, like threaten to pull your sponsorship. It works its way down to the office or the basement where Sombra's waiting, right? And then maybe I can pretend to be like an attendant for you, Flank, so I can bring you your pretzels and like some other stuff, just like a tag along.
Well, I had mentioned I have a man and private
right, you
security.
did. You did.
You did. You also.
So-
I will just throw this out there. You
we
did.
could
Also,
even do this where Sombra could be private security, like if we needed him upstairs too.
I think we have to do this at the end of the gala
Yeah.
because we can't have all of those extra people in the room coming down to the basement. So maybe it's like at the end, Flank says something's not right, and then they go investigate it. Because then we wouldn't have all the extra like gala people to worry about. It would be cleared out.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
then
Oh, sorry.
it could be like, well, who took this thing? They're clearly gone.
What were you gonna say, Rugi?
Oh, what was Katie gonna say? Sorry.
oh, yeah. I was just gonna say, as a reminder, that Flank, you did also tell Elda that you had a friend, Selena
Mhm.
Seacrest, that you were gonna
Here's what
introduce
I'm-
her to.
I don't. Yeah, that all sounds good. Can we get her to actively take the spell off for us? Like, I don't know if it's wait till the end, or do you say, produce some kind of money, if you will, to say this, but I need to see this in person.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have
Right.
to get everyone out for a few minutes, but I need to see this in person spell off. Because Selena
Okay.
is going to check this out with me as well. We can do it here or somewhere else. Like,
Yeah.
can you get her to turn it off for us? Move it, keep it. And whether, we're security for you, and all four of us, it's very risky and exposing. But like, just get her to turn it off with the prospect of money.
Right.
Yeah, maybe
Or just
Flank
straight blackmail. We can
introduces.
say, we've seen the documents in your office, here's what we know. But
Maybe Flank introduces Selena with a deal. Like Selena's very interested in also making a large donation after I told her about the wonders of the stone. And then, yeah, something along the lines of, oh, it's fake, that type of thing. Or maybe saying like, well, I'm just not sure that it's real. How can you prove it to me? Type of thing.
Mm-hmm. That's the only detail we kind of need to settle on, is which direction does it go at that point? Is it we try to make it look like it's not real when I make a scene, or am I just trying to use the leverage of the offer to get her to do exactly what you guys have said, as far as like turn it off and either let us play with it right there or take it somewhere? I'm good with either. We just have to.
I think leverage of the offer, and then my it's not persuade. I have some persuasion, but good deception.
Okay. Yeah.
I will also just mention this as your wisdom of God over here. You can have contingency plans, because the odds of your whatever you come up with as plan A executing
100%.
perfectly is not necessarily a guarantee.
Yeah, that's a great point. Okay, so we lead with the offer and trying to leverage that to get like a closer inspection.
What if you
hoping-
offer to buy the egg and continue to sponsor the museum to add it to your private collection?
Yeah,
Right.
okay. Easy enough.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then if she doesn't go for it, then we have a signal for the making it look fake and then make a scene and see what happens from there.
I don't think she's gonna sell the egg.
Well,
yeah, I think the offer, I like that. If she says no, I think we have to create a ruckus somewhere.
okay.
But that doesn't get the lockdown piece off, right? Like,
Right.
we have to get that turned off, essentially, because you can't move the egg unless that occurs, I believe.
Unless that card you have would grant exit access from that room as well.
Right, she did say doors. You know, I don't know if it works on when magic is there. Is that something we could tell right now?
They're separate. It seems to be they are separate systems.
Right. Mhm.
New
So-
plan. Just let the egg explode. Eldritch horrors everywhere. Problem solved.
We're
Like,
long gone.
we're all
Not
done.
our problem.
Not our monkey, not our circus.
Listen,
It's above our pay grade.
We're only getting 20 gold for this.
Yeah.
yeah. Does she? Yeah, I don't know. Mhm.
I mean, I'll say this. I think you guys have talked about a lot of viable
go in
things. I think
And Flank and Selena are gonna get introduced to Alga up in the gala.
also,
And then we
Yeah.
call an audible.
yeah, I was gonna say, keep in mind that you now have some questions that you want answers to that I can try and hand wave you some of the information, but also you can go in there and find those answers, you know, decently quickly now, knowing what your plan options are, and maybe even have a chance to, like, yeah, alter or make your final decision once you see some of those things, you know.
Yeah.
We know
So
the
where-
ultimate goal is get it either to the basement or just out the front door somehow, right?
Right. Yeah.
Like,
So where
Yeah,
do
unlikely
where
it'll make it out the front door.
do Locke and I stand when you all are doing this?
yeah.
So I'm thinking is that we get in, at least one of us should get in the back door
Mhm.
and be an unknown party, or potentially disguised as one of the guards, right? So if there's a guard that I could disguise myself as to, like, impersonate, then we could, if we can get him alone and make that happen, the two of us get him out of the commission and then get me into the guard, then we have, like, at least an element of unknown in the, because we're all associated with each other. I feel like that's going to be problematic, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I will also mention, Locke, you do have that message spell. So
I do. So we can communicate, like,
well,
mid
you
thing.
can communicate if you
Two-way.
know to communicate. I mean, like, but you would have to be the one to initiate. So, like,
no
Right,
one is
right,
very
right.
familiar with this because
Yeah.
his character in our campaign is the one who had the message spell, and he always had to do
But
it.
just constantly the relay. But, like, just the point being, like, that would mean you have to have some line of sight on whatever's happening,
Mm-hmm.
like to know if it's time to send a message to.
Right. I would have to. There
Or,
would have
like,
to be something to trigger me to start the message
Mhm.
chain.
So that I only mention as far as, like, where are you gonna position yourself, right? Like,
Right,
are you
right.
gonna find your way into the room, or are you trying to be right outside?
Right. That's why I'm thinking if I could impersonate the short guard, then I kind of have some free movement. We know his patrol route or whatever. I can blend in, be a part of, or the patrol route was, or the alarms were time based after hours.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I could be just, part of the crowd or part of the guards crowd or whatever, and then mingle or mix. Or I could just be a guy. I could just be a unassociated person just in the mix. Maybe that's easier, less risky.
And I can be in the basement ready to either come up and help or be there for some kind of escape.
Right.
I don't know.
Backdoor into the office maybe,
Right.
and, like, hide there so you're ready to.
Yeah, that's like maybe not all the way in the basement, but in that room, the first room, or even in the off. Yeah, someplace
Yeah.
where you would know that we're
I
coming.
think the dungeon master said there was no one in the first room, but it seems like maybe a spot where people come in and out of.
Yeah, that room
yeah.
was the break room, like the guards' break room.
So maybe in that room next door, which was
The
just
middle one.
The records
Mhm.
room.
the middle room.
Yeah, that was, like, for their record keeping.
Right. So I'll be in there waiting for a word, I guess. If I
Yeah,
can.
and then you could plant gems on her bag just cuz, right? It wouldn't hurt you to
Sure.
throw some of those gems from the basement into the the museum person's bag just as like a fallback. You know what I mean? We've got that planted in there, you know, just in case we need to use that as to draw attention or distract or something at some point, right? But just like we can set a bunch of pieces in play and then just pull whatever one makes the most sense, right?
Perfect. Well, let's go. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Can I ask about does after describing all the things that we saw that had a magical effect or whatever, does anybody recognize a description of that hand axe or the other piece that we're glowing? There must be a reason that they are there.
You would just probably surmise that they are like magical weapons.
Well, there was probably a plaque or something, right? What did it?
Selena was just looking for things that were glowing, not necessarily like reading every plaque of everything.
True.
You know?
Well, we have an opportunity here, maybe to.
But yes, they seemed to be glowing. Probably you would deduce because they are some sort of magical weapon.
All right. Sounds good. I just wanted to double check.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, so
Like
you
said, Rugi, let's
We're
go.
dressed in our gala outfits.
So all of you put on the fancy attire for the gala. Okay.
I was gonna wear clothes, not attire, but you know, to each their own.
And yeah, you all get spiffed up a little bit here and match the energy that Flank has had in his regalia. Oh, and his fake glasses as well.
They are fake.
Yeah. And and you make your way back towards the museum. At this point, again, the gala has opened, so it is a little after 6 o'clock, and you notice that there are many more people going in now with like formal wear on, sort of like noble robes and attire. And as you approach, you do notice that there's a guard standing like right at the entrance, just sort of greeting people, but really like they seem to be paying a lot more attention to like everybody who comes in, making sure, like checking for weapons. They make people turn around if they're like unsure of what they're wearing or open their cloak, you know, things like that. So they just seem to have definitely be heightened security, paying attention to what people are wearing as they enter. Do you all enter together? Are you entering in groups, solos? What's the order of operations?
I think Blank and I can enter because our mission is to get introduced to Elga. But Locke, nobody knows is associated with us. Sombra,
I'm
not
using
doing
the
their
secret
thing.
passageway to get into the basement and then going up to that middle space somehow.
Okay, so you're going through the back tunnel through the forest, yes?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't want to have to sneak through the loading dock.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, and as you kind of go back into the woods, you do see that like the loading dock is completely closed up. Like it's no not in like progress or anything like that anymore. But you go to where the hatch is that's sort of like covered. You can pretty easily move it aside. It's very inconspicuous from the top, but you know where you're looking for because you were just there earlier. So yeah, you can successfully kind of climb down that ladder into the tunnel. I'm guessing you kind of close the covering back over top. Yeah. And make your way through the tunnel to the basement area. Do you, before pushing that like tunnel door open, do you do anything?
Yeah. Well, I would like to, of course, check to see if anything is in the room.
Yeah. Yeah, so go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Alrighty. Ooh. 7.
Okay. It's a pretty thick, like, wall door, because it's not like a real door, it's sort of like a slab, you know, in front. It's hard to hear anything on the other side, but you don't notice anything.
Can I stealthily crack it?
Yeah. Yep, you can go ahead and roll your favorite stealth check.
Yeah,
Perception
right,
followed by stealth.
13.
13. Okay, yeah. So you it's a little bit harder to do this because obviously it's a a larger door. It doesn't have a handle and everything, but you do manage to slide it without making much disturbance. It's pretty dimly lit in the basement here, but it doesn't appear like there's anybody else down here.
Right. Well, then I would like to step into the basement, please, and
Yeah.
close the door behind me.
All right, yeah, you close that secret door behind you. Everything seems to be where you left it before.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like anyone else has been down in this area.
I guess I'm gonna grab a handful of the gems, and
Okay.
pocket them,
Okay.
and then make my way up those stairs after straightening out my evening look.
Okay. You head up to the break room, which is at the top of the stairs here, and there's nobody in the break room right now.
Ooh, good. Yeah. So I sneak through there,
Uh huh.
go into that next room, or listen to the next room just to make sure, and hopefully be able to go in through there.
Yeah, you don't hear anything. It
Perfect.
seems like if anything, you actually do hear like more talk and like conversation and things from the other side of the door, like in the main lobby area. And so yeah, you can make your way into that records room. I'm guessing close
I'm
the
just
door
gonna
behind you.
chill for a minute.
Yeah.
And see what happens next.
And hang tight while you wait for
Right.
some message. You're just chilling in the filing.
Chilling in the file room with a pocket full of gems. If we don't need to use them, folks, we're taking them home.
Yeah.
All
We
right.
need to add to the shrine.
Yeah, baby.
Okay, so that is Sombra's status. What about Locke versus Flank and Selena? Do one of you enter, like Flank and Selena? Do you guys go in first, or Locke do you go in first? What's the plan?
I think Locke go in first, kind of get a sense.
Okay.
Up to
Mhm.
him, obviously, though.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes sense. And then if I see anything weird or out of the order, I mean, I don't need any weapons on me, so it's easy for me to get in that way. And if I see anything that I like immediately draws my attention, I can let them know before they come in, right?
Yeah.
So like as we go in there, what's the status? Are they like digging through bags? Are they okay with
Let
it?
me
Like,
let me ask a valid question. Sombra
use
did
it
not
then.
come in through the front entrance. Did you bring
Yeah.
your weapons with you?
Oh, I brought my weapons with me for sure.
Okay.
I had also
Does-
given him the bag of holding, but
Oh,
Right,
you
does
did?
anyone else have small weapons that I could have taken in with me easily?
my dagger was still in the bag.
Wait, hold on. You
Aren't we
gave
supposed to have the bag for transporting the egg? No, we're getting them to move it.
Maybe. We'll see.
Okay, so
I can roll them out with you.
Sombra has the bag.
Yes.
I'm
She's
just
asking in a quizzical.
I'm making
His reaction to that made me a little nervous.
I'm just making
Yeah.
sure I knew who had it because I thought Flank had it from before. I just missed you saying that. I
We
just wanna
definitely
make sure.
had it before.
I
threw it
did.
to him.
I'm pretty stealthy. I can get it to you. Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wanted to look my finest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't mean it
Not
in a way that like
confident.
was you were doing it wrong. I just didn't hear that swap had happened, so I wanted to make sure I knew. Yeah.
Right.
All right. Sombra
right.
has the bag of holding. Locke's going in first.
what do I see?
The guard at the front kind of takes a nod at you, yep, he's like, enjoy the exhibit, and you head on in behind some other nobles in front of you, and you see the museum looks very similar to what it looked like earlier during the day when you were here in the lobby, but you don't see as many people mingling in these lower level exhibits. Most people seem to be making their way up to the second floor. Every once in a while you see a guard patrolling the route onto the side. I guess I can show you on the map, right? And the whole point of having this map. First floor. Every once in a while you do see that there's like some guards patrolling these exhibits over here on
okay.
the left, but and of course there are some guards stationed in this main lobby area, but like the gift shops are closed, like those areas are closed, and it seems most people are here for the gala. You head right upstairs.
I think I'm just gonna mingle for a while. Like wherever there's groups of people, like I'm just gonna wander, look at exhibits. I don't
Okay.
want to stand out yet, and I want to be close enough to the entrance that I can, like, I want to always try and, if possible, remain within eye line of, Flank and Selena.
Okay.
And also, I know message works within line of sight or as long as you know where somebody is through like, object, stone, whatever. So I know also where Sombra is. So I can, from there at least, kind of coordinate messages.
Okay.
So I'm going to just confirm with a quick message that Sombra is in position. And I assume I get a reply back confirming that.
And ready.
And actually what I think I'm going to go do is I'm going to try and like just go over and stand next to the middle door. And I'm going to ask him to kick out a key card for me to slide under the door.
The middle door does have a guard who's like patrolling back and forth right here, but he I mean, you could probably time it so that like while he's over this area, that you have a second.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try and do. So I'm gonna ask Sombra, could you pass me one of those cards under the door, one of the alarm cards, just so I have one too.
I'm ready to do it. For sure.
All right. I'm gonna have you roll a perception check to see how well you can like notice the pattern of this patrol and time it.
Okay.
I'm guessing Locke will be your eyes, and he'll be telling you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you when to kick it under. I don't trust those D&D Beyond dice anymore. I'm gonna roll.
I don't know.
It took one time.
Nat 20.
Oh. All right.
Nat 20.
That's what you should have rolled before, huh?
I should have. Yes.
Well, you watched this guard just a couple times, and again, old hat, right? Like watching a patrol and then being like, now you are perfectly in sync. Sombra's used to you giving the cue and like hearing that message and immediately knows what to do, and you just see the key card slip under, your foot goes right on top of it, you bend down to tie your shoe, grab the card, and nobody even noticed.
Nobody knows. Perfect.
A few minutes after you have made it in here and are kind of mingling, Selena and Flank, you guys enter the museum together.
We saunter in is the word you're
Saunter.
looking for. Mm-hmm. I'll make a show of showing off the various. I'll take her to that exquisite little plant thingy that we were talking about earlier, and
this is the plant. Look at how exquisite this plant is. These mushrooms.
Oh wow, so rare.
These rare mushrooms.
Don't you see how the cap breathes in the space, and it's so sporific. And then we're gonna make our way upstairs.
Okay.
Unless do we see what's her name? Elda?
Alda. A-L-D-A. Alda.
Like Alan.
I've been calling her Alga.
I know.
So.
I wasn't gonna correct you, but you.
We're looking for Alda.
I'm glad I know her name now before we get introduced.
Do we see her on the first floor at all?
No, you do not see her on this floor.
Okay. Well, I believe it's time to make our way up to the main event, Miss Seacrest.
Yes.
So if I see them heading upstairs, I'll send a quick message to Sombra to let him know that we're headed upstairs, and so we'll be upstairs for a bit, and I'll keep him posted.
Can I respond to that message?
Yes, you can.
Locke, if you see the ruins, try to get a peek at what they are and see if we can crack them in case Alda does not want to move the egg for us.
The ruins on the pedestal? Yes.
Yeah, the ruins. Yeah, for sure. Good idea. I'll take a look. So.
All right, you guys.
I also want to wander to investigate the magic weapons when we have a second. Also, the other two things that were flagged as magical, the T-Rex base and the statues.
It's an Allosaurus, actually.
Allosaurus is different.
I know.
Also a theropod, but it's a different theropod from a different time than the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex came later. All right.
We're done with that.
Dinosaurs
No,
over
we're
here.
done with that.
No arcane check necessary for that.
Oh,
Okay.
good. I mean, I think we got lucky if that's the case.
Okay, so Selena and Flank head up towards the gala entrance. The door is open to the exhibit now, and you see there is that same guard standing on the outside. And right now you see
Good old
Alda.
Brendor.
Yeah, and right now Alda is actually standing. This is not her, but we'll just pretend it's her for right now. But she's standing like right around here, kind of greeting guests as they come through, shaking everybody's hand, getting familiar with like the different people who are in attendance. As you crest the top of the stairs and come around the second floor here, sauntering in as you were, Alda actually notices you, Flank, and oh, Monsieur Flan, please, won't you come over? I see you must have brought your friend with you, Miss Seacrest, was it?
Yes, my lovely Alda, thank you. It's such a delight. And yes, indeed, may I introduce to you the benevolent and wonderful Queen, Selena Seacrest.
Queen! Oh, wow, I didn't realize I was in the presence of royalty. Pray do tell, where's your kingdom?
Well, I keep it top secret because it's very valuable. You just need to know that I am a queen of gems, and I'm very interested
Yes, I'm
in
sorry.
the Murkmire Stone.
We
Which
must not
Blanca
banter.
has told me all about.
I have, yes, indeed. And I rely on the lovely Selena to authenticate almost all of my pieces. So we're very excited to get a closer look at the stone at the gala this evening, as I was able to see it briefly today with you, but I believe that Selena's expertise will truly be able to evaluate whether or not some critical decisions may be made that you may be very interested.
Oh, I am quite interested, as you can imagine, and I am just grateful for you encouraging your friend here, and we would be happy to show you and have you take a look yourself. You'll be, I'm sure, Miss Seacrest, you'll be, or your Highness, I suppose, you will be quite amazed with the beauty of the Murkmire Stone. I'm gonna have both of you guys roll deception checks. And
So I'm confused. Is this a figurative queen, or are we going literal queen here?
I don't
understand. I was trying to get to figurative for a second there.
He said she thinks literal, so
well, people will assume what they want. I got a 10.
A 10, okay. Selena?
Oh boy.
5.
A 5.
Real big bummer there.
Maybe you cast guidance on yourself, just to make sure that check goes well.
That sounds great.
Sure, yes. I will let you retroactively go ahead and roll a d4 to add to that.
Well, if I could figure it out.
Did you ever find the triangle one?
No.
Not yet. I'm wondering if someone took it. 2.
A 2. Okay, so that's a 7. So we have a 7 and a 10. Okay. That after she like pauses as you're walking. Oh yeah, there you go. As you guys are making your way towards like the doorway, she's leading you, and then she sort of pauses and goes, "I'm sorry, what did you say that your kingdom was again?"
Do I sort of pick up on this happening? Like, because I'm in the neighborhood, I'm keeping within eyeshot, earshot.
Roll me a perception check.
All right.
We'll see how much. Actually, insight. Give me insight. You can pick up on the body language.
Insight, perception, doesn't matter. I rolled a 19.
Ooh, okay.
Plus insight, 1.
Okay, so 20. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Yes.
So
you can
okay.
set.
So
you can
if I catch this happening, I'm gonna if I kind of see their fully sort of faltering, I'm gonna like just try and give an assist if possible, and go to somebody nearby and mention like, so I'm gonna try and do like a different voice. I'm just gonna be like, oh, I think it's the queen. Do you see that lady over there? I think she's the queen of gems, they call her. She's like an expert in gems, just loud enough so that like she might overhear it.
Okay,
right?
we are gonna say that you gave them both advantage on that deception check. You guys can both re-roll your deception checks.
Yeah. And if like they ask if that person, right,
Yeah.
because some random stranger just came up and
Yeah.
started talking to them, you know, I'll just say, oh yeah, she's famous among all gem circles as like a famous dealer and verifier of all different kinds of gems. So I'm not surprised to see her here at the gala.
So we're re-rolling deception.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I got a 14 that time.
Okay.
16.
16. Okay. So she overhears that interaction, and the person you're talking to, Locke, is like, oh wow, really? Oh, well, I mean, I'm not surprised that she's here then. And you see,
She's not literally a queen. They just call her the queen of gems. You know, it's more of a title. You know.
You see, she's like, I'm sorry, I misinterpreted. I have been interacting with some nobles here with titles who, you know, want those to be respected. I see now that you must have been referring to your skills with purveying gems themselves. Is that correct?
Yes, you'll have to forgive. I've gotten so used to calling her that. It can simply slip out sometimes without that background information. It's easy to be, like you said. Of course, we're rubbing shoulders with the highest nobility here tonight. And
Yes. My mistake there on that confusion, but yes. Either way,
I assure you, my skills are that of a queen.
I don't doubt it, Madam Seacrest. I don't doubt it. Before we enter here, and you see that the guard who's at the door, whatever his name is,
Grendor.
Thank you. He notices you, Selena, because you talked to him before.
Shit.
And he's like, "Oh, hi there again. I need your invitations to the gala."
And I have them, so I provide them.
All right, so I'm guessing you guys would have gotten the invitations out of the bag of holding beforehand.
Well, we all have our own invitations.
You all have your own
when we get in the door.
Yes.
Right.
And so you pass your invitations, and he goes, "It's good to see you again. What was your name again, miss?"
Queen Seacrest.
Oh, Queen. I didn't realize I was in the presence of royalty. Well, I would
Gem royalty. I do realize you have such an exclusive guest list.
Selena, dear, don't dally with the guards. I'm sorry, good sir. You seem like the nicest man, but we truly have to get inside. Do you require my dear friend Selena for anything else, or may we?
Oh no, you can go ahead, just miss. And he kind of like under his breath is like, you know, if you ever need somebody to give a job to or something, you know, like I am just saying, yes, head right in.
Debts.
What did you say out loud?
To clear your debts to the museum.
I don't have any debts. I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't worry, good sir. You may find yourself in a new situation very soon, no matter what.
Okay, yeah. Yes. Well, yes. Enjoy the exhibit. And Alda's already like made her way in, and she's gotten stopped by somebody else as you're like walking through the doorway, and misses this interaction as it occurs. But you
Let's get in the room.
yeah. You guys walk in. You see that there are other people mingling about and admiring the Murkmire Stone, all sort of like whispering and talking about it. They're also looking at some of the other gems in the exhibit. The museum has like clearly brought out their top of the line gems for this gala and for the exhibit that they're opening tonight. So everybody is sort of in awe of that. Locke, you said you were going to do some like extra looking here.
Yeah, I don't know that the timing is working out, so I'm gonna go with the flow here.
Okay.
If I have a spare moment, I'm definitely gonna clock the Allosaurus and the statues.
Okay.
Just
Yeah.
a cursory.
Give me
but I do not want to miss
Give me an investigation check.
investigation. Okay. Investigation. I have proficiency in 16 plus 5, 21.
21. Okay. Yeah, pretty easily.
I hate that I'm wasting these now, not on the gem.
Pretty easily, you can see that at the base of this statue is the panel that Selena mentioned to you. And without making it like too obvious, you can tell that it's clearly like some sort of maybe activation panel. Like there's some control, like a control panel of some sort. You don't know what it controls necessarily until you like really got in there. But it definitely
under the...
Yep, it definitely seems like a control panel. That if you had some time to like tinker with, you might be able to figure out what it does and how to work it.
Okay.
I'm also gonna have you roll, all three of you, Selena, Flank, and Locke, roll me a perception check, please.
19.
Well, there it is.
25.
Karma. 4 plus 1, 5.
You're focused on the Allosaurus and remembering all the facts about the Allosaurus and what species and genome and era it's from. Meanwhile, despite the fact that you guys are engaged in conversation and pretending to be nobles, you're doing the very heist-like thing of clocking everything in the room. Specifically with a note that you had missed this before, Flank, but next to the door that you came in, this is down low, but it is not down low. It is actually up high. In the ceiling, close to the ceiling, so this like 15 feet off of the ground, about halfway up, I should say then, is like a vent, like through the wall that seems to have some airflow, allow airflow between this room and like the main lobby area that you didn't notice before. Selena, as you guys are walking in, Alda takes you right up to the stone and points out to you, obviously, as Queen of Gems. And you are specifically clocking this stone to try and figure out, like you might not necessarily be able to read the runes, but with that perception check, you definitely can tell that the platform that it's sitting on, this pedestal, seems to have like an indentation around the edge that seems very akin to like a pressure plate.
So if we move it, that's the trigger.
It seems that might be correct, yes.
So I'm there with Alda.
Yes, Alda and you are standing at the stone. You are standing with him flanked too, but you're sort of scoping the room.
Yeah, now I'm scoping the room and kicking myself for not noticing that vent earlier. But
I mean, you were memorizing the runes that did nothing for Locke. Which, at this moment, you look and you're like, I recounted those exactly right.
Question.
Yes.
The control panel on the Allosaurus, is that like a flap that comes up and I think there's controls underneath it?
Yes.
How big is the flap?
4 inches.
Tiny.
Yeah.
Not loaf of bread.
Not loaf of bread.
Okay. I'm going to can I look across from the door here? Can you show us what that looks like across the other side of the Allosaurus from here? Yeah, like straight out the door all the way past the Allosaurus. What's on the other side of the room? I don't know if we ever really like looked over there.
Yeah, over here is like a cafe area where they actually sell like snacks and concessions. Right here. It's just an
Mhm.
open doorway. There's not like
Okay.
a door. And then through this way is the more exhibits. This is where those like
That's where the magic stuff is.
yeah, this is where these ancient weapons were and some of the gemstones and things like that. That was in this exhibit hallway here. And then there's another hallway right here that has this long hallway and has a privies over right there.
Right. I recall that one.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
No,
to
that's okay.
derail.
Um,
Beginnings of a plan, maybe. We'll see.
what?
Well, Selena, dare I ask, at first glance, what do you think?
I don't know. Do I need to roll a perception check to know?
No. I think he means about the stone.
Oh, good. My brain is not. It's beautiful, but something seems off.
It's interesting that you say that. I had an eerie feeling earlier today. You know, it. And then I turned to Alda, who is certainly nearby.
Yes.
I'm sure.
Mhm. She's waiting to hear what the Queen of Gems thinks about the Murkmire Stone.
Alda, dearest. So first of all, let me again thank you for letting us come and to view the Murkmire Stone. Such a treat. So much of a treat. I had mentioned earlier that I had to have a couple of conversations. And I wanted to let you know that myself, my esteemed colleague Selena here, are in a position to potentially help each other out. I am of the understanding that the museum is perhaps not doing as well as it once was. And you may be in need of some new patronage.
Well,
The standard donation.
Well, and she kind of like pulls you away from any other like people who might be nearby, so as to not like reveal your offer publicly, really, right? And she's like, well, your observations would be quite correct, Mr. Flanke, and I would be most interested in any patronage from a donation from you or your dear friend Selena here.
Let's not mince words here. I don't want you to mistake me. I'm not talking about a donation. We're talking about purchasing the museum.
Oh.
And sponsoring your facility and your activities for the foreseeable future.
Oh, the entire museum, you say? Well, I will be honest. That is a little bit above my pay grade. As the curator of the museum, I am not the one who decides ownership of the building, but I'm sure our board would be happy to hear that you are interested in that. I believe the next meeting actually is coming up in just 2 weeks' time, so perhaps you could put together like a formal proposal, and I bet they would be very interested in hearing what that looks like. You know, it doesn't need to be called the Varkenbluff Museum of Natural History for forever.
Yes, I think the Flanke Museum of Exquisite Finds and Intricate Designs sounds a little bit more intriguing. I have one tiny request.
Yes.
Considering our generous offer and our lovely relationship here, my dear exquisite friend Selena, the Queen of Gems. I don't know if we had mentioned that.
I did hear that.
Would love to take a closer look at the stone at some time tonight. We are a touch concerned with its authenticity and would love to put you and your patrons at ease.
So I'm close enough, I hope, to hear this happening.
Yeah, I would say if at this point you probably have made your way into the room so that you can keep an eye on them.
So I want to check the glyphs to see if I can identify it. Now that I'm here in person, I know he did a fantastic job of describing them, but maybe I heard him wrong or something, right? And so maybe now being in person, I can recognize the glyphs or the spell.
Oh, yes, I
pedestal?
will. Yes, yeah, sure.
I'm going somewhere with this.
Okay.
Maybe. We'll
Okay.
see. Okay.
All right, go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
All right. Hopefully this one 15 plus 5.
Yes, that is plenty enough. So you can
Okay.
tell that these glyphs are the glyphs for the spell Arcane Lock, which is a lock that locks all the things in a room. In theory, would be mostly any like actual doors or windows or anything. So this door would be included, the main door.
So I'm going to message that to Selena, Blank, and Sombra.
Okay.
As quickly as I can, because Sombra's directly down from us, so I can just message him.
Yep.
And I'm just gonna let them know. So the spell, I believe, is Arcane Lock. It'll probably lock down the room if something goes wrong with that gem. But I'm thinking we might have I have an idea of something I can do quite easily. Make her think to support your claim you're just making right now. And so I'm gonna shuffle over and I'm gonna say, I'm gonna cast Prestidigitation to one of the things you can do is make a color, a small mark, or a symbol appear on an object for up to an hour. So I'm going to alter, because now that I know what spell it is, I'm going to alter one of the glyphs visually so that it looks like it's wrong.
Oh.
Okay, so a quick spell just to make the thing look wrong.
Okay.
Right? And then I'm going to say, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation saying that, something seems to be amiss here. I'm just a scholar, no magic here. I'm just fascinated with magic, but I recognize that spell, and something seems off about that glyph there. That doesn't seem quite like the spell I recognize. And then I'm going to cast Prestidigitation again to make that gem flicker for a second and look like the other gem that Selena described. Just change the color to make it change colors for a second.
Wow. Okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah. Listen, you can try anything. This is D&D, man.
I'm gonna try that.
Yeah. Okay. So you do both of those things, and you're sort of kind of sidling your way into the conversation.
I'm kind of nosing my way into the conversation here, right?
Okay. When you do that, when you first come in, before you actually finish saying all those things, you can see that all those a little bit put off, like you butted your way into a very private conversation.
Right, to talk about glyphs on a pedestal or whatever.
Like, these are fancy people that I'm with. What are you doing here?
Short little man, please leave.
And you finish your sort of spiel, and she's listening to you, obviously, and looks over, and you can see that she notices what you did, but she looks back and she's like, I'm sorry, who are you?
Oh, I'm just a scholar. I mean, I got invited because I'm a scholar of magic and magical things, and I heard that this gem was dug from an archaeological site and thought that might be interesting. There might be magical ties to it.
Well, it is, but I'm sure you can tell.
My name is Key.
Key, Mr. Key. All right. Well, I'm sure you can tell we're in a private conversation here.
Oh, but I'm very interested in what the young man has to say, all the dear. I do think, you can't deny you've just saw the stone flicker a little.
I think that was, I must have. It was probably just a blink, of the eyes. The lighting in here is.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I didn't mean anything by it. I'll get out of your hair. I just overheard you say something about the gem being weird and thought I'd mention the glyph. That's all. Sorry to interrupt, ma'am.
No. Enjoy the stone, sir. I hope that I hope that you enjoyed the exhibit. Of course, where are my manners?
Alda, I truly think it behooves us to take a closer look.
And just think about the career you stand to gain if we purchase the museum and you assist us with that purchase.
Playing on her ego is a good idea.
Even the first step of head curator comes to mind.
Yes. Well, I do see what you mean. So what is it that you would like?
You must have a secure location where you bring in new items, inspect them, maybe a restoration room of some kind. You saw a great play one time about a restoration room. It was fantastic. But someplace, and we don't have to move it immediately. Maybe even closer to the end of the event if you'd like to
Well,
continue your activities. But I think the sooner the better that we can truly get our eyes on it.
okay. I'm gonna make you roll now because we've reached the point where you like I've actually made a request. But I'm gonna tell you how this is gonna look. So, because of the prestidigitations and like the assistance by Locke over here, you're gonna get advantage on this roll. It's a pretty high DC. I'm gonna set it at 18. Well, let me roll her insight. Let's see how well she does. Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna say it's an 18 DC. Because she
What does
is
that mean?
so this DC is difficulty check. So it means that in order to succeed, his roll has to pass an 18 difficulty check. I'll give you the choice because you sort of hinted at both deception and you're trying to persuade her to do something. I don't know which one you're better at, but either
They're both the same.
Okay. So this is your chance. You do get advantage because of Locke.
14.
14.
Is the best.
The best? What was the other one?
Like an 11.
What's your deception bonus?
My deception bonus is the same, +2.
2.
+2.
Yeah.
If only you let me
Guidance?
keep my rolled scores earlier today. No, just kidding.
Guidance? Can we get there with the guidance?
I mean, I'd need a 4.
Yeah, you would need to get a 4.
We would need a 4.
Sure, yeah. Selena was there and she was assisting, so we'll say you can you tap his shoulder while he's doing that. You touch him and give him some guidance. Roll that 1d4, and if it's not a 4, it needs to be a 4. Oh, Brittany, that's you.
Sorry. Hang on.
We need a 4
needs to
from
be a 4.
guidance.
How do you roll that sided die?
It's whatever what number is facing up, I think.
Ooh. It is 4.
Oh!
No way.
She said it so calmly. She just goes, ooh.
Oh, by the way, you succeeded at that super important linchpin of a check.
I was trying to figure out how to read it.
All right, so all of your intertwining pieces of changing the rune and flickering the egg and Selena being the queen of gems and Flan's really good ass kissing means that
what I do best.
Alda is she's like, well, I suppose perhaps after the public guests and exhibit has closed, if you are concerned and your donation really relies on this, perhaps afterwards we could go to my office and I could have one of the guards escort it there so we could view it. This is highly unusual, though.
I've actually become quite good friends with one of your security personnel, so I would like to request that the gentleman who is stationed by the main entrance be the one to escort us.
Yes, I believe his name was Grondel. Grondel?
Something of the sort.
He's a nice gentleman.
Well, I'm sure we could arrange that. Yes, I believe you mean Grandor.
Ah, yes. Head of security. That's what I said.
He is not head of security. In fact, she points at the woman who's standing inside the door here, who looks like very tough and serious, and she goes, Mariam is our head of security. I'll make sure Mariam and Grandor come together if you have a preference for Grandor. All right. Well,
What time is it?
Well,
the gala right now.
Right now it's probably like 6:30, 6:45 or so. So you've got like an hour. And she's like, well, I'm gonna make sure to attend to the other guests who've arrived today, but let's reconnect, and I look forward to our future endeavors together.
As do we. Thank you.
Of course. And she steps away and talks to some of the other nobles that are lingering around.
Gotta get Sombra out of that room.
Yeah,
just
we gotta
for
get
the
Sombra
sake
out of the
of
room.
playing.
I'm thinking, so I'm gonna send a message suggesting that we reconvene down that hallway that's sort of empty, like that only the magic items are in. That's like a dead end hallway, to have a quick powwow out.
There are guards in that hallway.
There are guards in that hallway.
Well, Selena and I can go walk over there, and you could send us messages.
That's true. That's true. Or I could. I'll tell them that I'm gonna go now.
Radio them to a fake emergency.
I just
You could
want
even
to
light
be
a
able
fire.
to discuss.
I do love lighting fires to get people out of buildings sometimes.
Yeah, I want to be able to discuss ways we can, how we can play our hand here for the next phase.
Can I get them into the storage room quietly?
Yeah, how can we get? I mean, you're wearing your fancy clothes. You could just.
Right, I can just come out. Right.
You could. I mean, I could go assist you. We're messaging.
Yeah. That's fine. Yep.
I could assist Sombra to get out of there. I'm gonna suggest that Sombra plants those gems now, just so that that's taken care of in the office, and then I'll assist him with that timing on the guard to slip out of the office sight unseen. So it'll be his stealth check, to get out of there.
Okay.
And I've already memorized the guard's route, so I feel like it should be pretty.
Yeah, you did. That one, that guard in particular.
One guard.
Yes.
The one guard. That's all the guard we need to fool. You know what I mean?
True. Yeah. I would say you could definitely give him the right timing for him to slip
And I'm
out.
gonna do a distraction too, if that's necessary, right? If I need to accidentally bump a expensive vase or something to cause guards to, really sell that.
Yep. I think the only check I need is Sombra's stealth check if he's gonna sneak out to try and be unnoticed.
Oh, yeah, dirty 20, is that?
Yeah, dirty 20. That's right. Yeah. Locke, you watch as the guard is walking the other direction, and like soundlessly, the door just opens. Sombra comes out and looks at like the wall as if you the exhibits on the wall as if he was just always there. Yep. And you are in the main gallery.
And do we just mess it? What? How are we communicating?
Now you can talk.
Now we can talk. But I'm gonna suggest now that I'm gonna just casually make my way, like I've been talking to, or going between different groups. Maybe not talking, but listening in. Right. I'm gonna casually make my way over to Sombra and suggest that maybe we head up to the cafe and sit on one of those couches in that cafe area across from the place, and then message the similar information to Flanke and Selena, so maybe we can be Flanke. I can't get it out of my head. So we can be on the same space and have a subtle conversation.
I will mention there is a guard. There's guards everywhere, man. But there is a guard in this cafe area.
Okay.
Do we have to persuade them to leave? I feel like we
try.
Yeah. I don't know the best way to do it. If we ask her to have him give us some privacy, Nolan.
Let's ask him to get us pretzels from Arizona down the street. Because you guys are going to be lost soon anyways.
Yeah. I don't know how that conversation goes. Can we not talk quiet? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I
see.
mean, here's the thing: when you walk in, the guard like nods at
Mm.
you. You guys are both in like your
Right.
fancy attire. If you want to sit
Right.
down and have a subtle conversation, the guard's not going to try and like eavesdrop. I will say though, depending on how loud you are and how many of you are, the guard's going to clock it, right? Like he's in this room.
He's gonna
noticing.
notice that the two groups are talking to each other.
Yeah, this particular guard is young. Seems like very eager.
Okay.
Human.
What race is he?
He is a human.
What languages does everybody know?
Common, Elvish, Gnomish.
Common, Elvish, Gnomish.
If I have a disguise kit, can I act as head of security Marina or whatever and just tell him I need another person by the lobby door for 30 minutes just to make sure we don't get rushed?
Yeah, your disguise kit. You want to do that with? Yeah, I
don't know if that's a good plan.
No. You could do that. So
I like
think...
it. I like its riskiness.
So I would say you probably just need like a private space to use your disguise kit. Is like makeup, wig, like things that you would normally. It's not like magical, right? It's like a kit.
Okay, so like I might not look like Marina the head security.
It might not look. You can
I just disguise myself as a security guard?
You can, yeah.
Okay.
You wouldn't be wearing their clothes.
Okay, I got it.
But you could. But I think you could. I
got it.
No. I mean, listen. You could try it.
You could just say that Marina asked for his help or something.
I got it. Yeah. Let's have this. What do I need to do? I would like to pitch that I am secretly hired as an undercover security guard.
Ooh.
There we go.
So young and new, he does not know this.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
Love
we
it.
need to trade posts right now.
Okay.
Because the entrance is going to be busy soon.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. So are you going to use your disguise kit for that at all? Or you can just do it as yourself?
No, I think just as I am.
As you are.
And
Okay.
I'm gonna suggest, maybe throw in something about the gem moving later on or something like that, and then he when he talks to Marina or Elda about that, they'll mention it and it'll back you up.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Yes. I add that into that conversation.
Okay, so you walk up. How do you? Well, yeah. What do you say to him?
You might not know this. I know you're new. But we're all on security here.
You are on security?
Yes. Don't say it so loudly.
Sorry, you're on security.
Marina asked me to come over here. The gem is going to be moving later. We need more security by the door to the entrance in case something went crazy. I'm going to ask you to go there now. Do not talk to anyone about what will be happening. Just get there. We will tell you when you can come back to this post. The cafe is not a precedent.
Okay. This is very like, these are not the droids you're looking for, vibes.
Yes.
I will give you the choice because you have a little bit of all of these. You can either do deception, intimidation, or persuasion.
I don't. So persuasion and deception are both +5.
Okay, then I think whichever one, either one of those works. Yep.
Yeah. Let's just go persuasion, right?
Okay,
We want them to be convinced that they're right.
Right. Right.
All right. Oh,
No.
God.
What did you roll?
A 7.
You rolled a 2?
Correct.
I mean, the total's 7.
I know. I just want to know what he rolled because he has a +5.
Yeah. I didn't know what I rolled, in case you were wondering.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, I'm
he
really blowing
looks,
this up here.
he looks at you. I'll go ahead and give you a contested insight here.
Contest?
Yeah.
I
So
think she.
So I rolled to see like his insight, right? So like, could he see through what you said, or was he, like, how believable did he think you were too? And he rolled an 18. So.
Yeah, of course he did. Yeah.
So I know that I might look young, but I take my job very seriously, and they did not inform us of any other guards. I don't recognize you. You can keep mingling with the guests if you want, but
this is a general question before we roll
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
So
yeah,
would
yeah.
I have to be an 18 at any point in this conversation?
That was sort of like my backup. Normally, like your difficulty check, you would just have to pass that. But then because it was so low, I was like, well, let me see. Maybe there's a chance he's also dumb, and I, or like just like very gullible, and so I rolled as a alternate like backup essentially
to see if he was distracted
to see if he
or
was
something else.
Yeah.
Something else.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
She was trying to help us out.
Yeah.
Right. Oh yeah. No, I get that point. What I'm wondering is like, do you just try to go straight intimidation, and move this person? But that's what I'm asking is like, do I have to roll like an 18 now?
No.
Because that's what
it would be a different thing. Like if you wanted to try some other tactic right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is hard. I mean,
it is hard, man.
It's Lock in earshot. Can he message me maybe a strategy? Like, do we keep playing it? Do we?
Yeah.
How do I back out of that?
I'll say this. He gave you an out. Like he didn't try and like escort you out or something. He was sort of like young enough that he's not gonna pursue you or something, right? But also, I don't think at least deceiving or persuading him would be easy to do. Now you could threaten him. I don't know how that would go, right? We'd have to see. But
okay, so then
I think maybe we just have the conversation out to earshot and don't look like we're talking to each other,
Yeah. Sure. I'm gonna walk away from the young man and say something along the lines of, "You'll never get a promotion."
You see him just for a moment second guess his confidence, like, oh, maybe that really was some undercover guard and I just don't know.
And I touch my ear and say nothing. But it looks like I.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So, I'm gonna message Blank and Selena and suggest that maybe they sit like on the other table behind us, but where we can all hear each other.
Sure.
And just act like we're not talking to each other, but maybe have a quick conversation about how we want to execute phase 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, they're gonna move it later. Hopefully, that still leaves us enough time before it hatches into a horrible death machine. She didn't say where. She did say where. She said her office, right? Yeah.
The corner one. So we will have some alone time with it. I think ideally we'd want just her in the room. I don't know if that means sweet talking her to make sure the security stays just outside of it.
Right.
So if we wanna frame her for some sort of theft or malfeasance or something like that, then that other gem is still there. It's still an option. And if we have the opportunity to make a swap, like that would be the time to make a swap. Alternatively, we can brute force it, but we're gonna have to deal with, her head of security and at least one other guard at the same time, in addition to her, if we wanted to try and do it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah. Does anybody
smash and grab?
Have any chloroform?
I got fog. I got a lot of fog.
Good stealth attack, right?
Yeah.
But like then again, like we're either taking people out and making a run for it, and all of our faces or your faces have been seen, right?
All right.
If it's the pressure plate, right? We probably know the lockdown doesn't happen unless the plate is triggered. So can we be fast enough to make a swap?
So
do we
Locket's very excited
to her bringing it back, and then accusing her of having a false one when you're there? Whoever has the real one is long gone before the back to her office actually occurs. So you have an out by just saying it's fake. It doesn't matter,
who we are, whether
frame her or not. She just thinks she has a fake, and perhaps the real one is now long gone out of the building.
Right. Convince her that it's a fake for some reason.
Right. Well, because we did switch it with the other gem.
I still think that's a viable option.
So how do we make that happen?
Yeah. Sounds
when
like,
do we make?
Yeah, if we grab that other gem, cause a distraction outside of it by activating the dinosaur. We switch the gem out, and then again that person goes. You wait for the actual gem or the fake gem to come back to the office, and then just truly say it's a fake. You leave in anger and disgust immediately.
Yeah.
And we're all out. But we'd have to have time to activate the dinosaur if that's what we think it actually does. Right.
Right.
In my head, a giant dinosaur that can be controlled seems like a fun thing to let loose in a museum.
Yeah.
If I touch it, I can make it my beast.
Oh.
Ooh, can you make dead animals or beasts? Yeah, I love it.
I don't know. I can make animals a beast. I think that'd be up to our DM to decide. But
the best idea that I have, but not having to stick with that, right?
It's her stream. I think it's in her best interest to make this as entertaining as possible. All
yeah.
right.
Could we do so we do a distraction and then we swap it while it's on the pedestal?
Correct.
Yeah. That's like in straight up Indiana Jones style.
And as long as the pressure plate doesn't trigger, I don't think it locks down. Now, if it does and we fail, well,
that's the story, right?
So Locke gets kind of excited at this point, talking about these different plans, and he says, "Oh, I've got just the thing." And he pulls out his spell book, and he's like, "I prepared this spell specifically today for this purpose. I've got a spell. It's called Catapult. Choose an object weighing 1 to 5 pounds in range that isn't being worn or carried, and it flies in a straight line up to 90 feet in a direction you choose before falling to the ground. If it hits anything else, it'll deal a ton of damage to it and probably blow right through. What if I catapult the gem out the vent at the same time as the distraction is happening, and you swap in the other gem, so the other gem's just it's just gone, catapulted away like it was never there.
Somebody has to catch it.
Oh, I'll catch it. I'll be outside. I'll catch it. Don't worry.
Okay.
Or maybe not. It's just a cool spell. I love my spells.
It's more fun than trying to like hide the gem in my shirt or something. Or
well, I have the bags presumably still on me, I guess.
You do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just open that bad boy and catch that flying gem.
That's definitely the wildest one, but I love it.
It's just a way we can maybe get rid of this thing in a hurry if we needed to be somewhere and then not be somewhere.
Do we know where the vent comes out?
Supposed
well,
to
the vent
Yeah.
is a
other
vent
side of the
Here. I'll show you in
Oh, that's right. Just on the other side.
Yeah.
Right in that door.
Through it goes through the wall.
Okay.
So above that door, there's a vent, and that's in line with that door, and the cafe are all right in a line.
So
and the gem is lined up with that.
Right. So we need to grab the other gem, be in there. When the distraction happens, you cast a spell to send the real one flying, and the fake one gets put on the pedestal.
Yeah. Wait, so let me ask some clarifying questions about this vent. Would it be totally obvious to everybody around that there's a gem flying through this vent?
There's
Okay, never mind.
I mean,
You said deals huge damage.
You did.
We're picturing them as like basically destroying the wall.
I mean, it deals 3d8 bludgeoning damage, which is a lot of damage.
True.
But it would probably bust through a vent.
it would bust through the vent, yeah, for sure. I mean, here's the thing. I guess it depends on your distraction. Maybe they wouldn't hear that, depending on what else is happening. But if nothing else is going on, and suddenly the vent just clatters to the ground and a gem flies through the air, people would probably see that.
So I think we have to decide: do we wait? Do we just make the switch, or do we try to wait until they bring the actual diamond to an office?
No, I think we try and make a switch,
especially
because you have such good sleight of hand, and
you
you have
the 2, remember? But
yeah, that's all right.
Maybe we just do it the old-fashioned way.
Right.
And
so
is there any way we can get guards or something, like not her guards, but like city guards involved, so we can set up the whole Sting scapegoat situation right then? Because the gems are in the other gems are in her bag, like she's trying to steal from the museum, right?
Well, I think if we're flopping it out right now and we're putting a fake one on there,
maybe we just go out this. We just go out.
Just get out before.
Yeah, get out now.
And Selena and Blink can just act as the bewildered, angered person that they are seen the true fate, right?
I
And,
think that's the best plan.
yeah,
That's the best plan.
Or even just leave.
right, or just leave. Yeah, just leave.
Before it even goes to the office.
So my question is,
depending on-
do we need a big enough distraction for me to lift the fake one, take it to that room, and swap it out? Right?
Yeah.
Mm.
Needs to be long enough to do that, and I don't know what that distraction is.
I didn't think that you were gonna need a distraction to lift the fake one. But I'm
No,
not
so
saying that's
There
true.
are-
I'll try. but-
There are guards in that hallway. I'll just remember.
Yeah.
It's this hallway right here.
Yeah, like how close is it? Like how much time do I need to get into there from there to there?
There's the other gem.
I'll give you ooh, who has the highest passive perception? I think is it Selena?
I have a
Probably.
14.
I think Selena has 15 passive perception, if I recall. It's just like on your main page. 15, I think. Let me check yours. I think I can see it. Okay. Selena, 15. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
You get up, Selena, to do like a quick reconnaissance of this hallway. Now thinking of this plan while they're talking through the other like options and things, and you're browsing the gems, right? Pretending to look, making like a nod at the guard or whatever. And you actually notice that at the end of this hallway, this wall seems to be one of those walls that you can sort of push in, similar to the one that Flank saw downstairs. That looks like maybe it goes into like a closet right here at the end of this hallway. And I think actually from the other side, yeah, you can't really tell, but this is like a pass through with like a maintenance closet. It's very, very like obscured because it's not meant to be like obtrusive or in your face, but it looks like
So I
there's
can grab that gem, pass through that wall right into the real gem's room.
with an appropriate distraction happening at the same
Right.
time.
Yeah.
Which feels like fog. Like, this is where the fog comes in, right?
Fog would definitely work. It would be obvious if there's fog that probably something's happening with the gem. If there's just Locke messing around with an Allosaurus,
Yeah.
causing it to fall over or activate a panel, I've already set up Locke as being willing to play around
That's a
with
great point.
runes and stuff as like a curious magic person. Maybe he's just an idiot that stumbles into tripping up an Allosaurus statue.
Let's do
So
it.
there's only one way to find out.
That's right. Let's go. Let's go.
All right.
That's the plan.
Okay, so you all
Do it.
split up here. Locke, you're going towards the Allosaurus statue to sort of investigate this panel. Sombra, you're going to the gem hallway to be in position, I'm
Mhm.
guessing.
Yep.
Blank
I'm
and
ready.
Selena, are you keeping your cover right now?
So far, yeah.
So far, okay. And are you staying in this cafe? Are you going
I would hope maybe you go in the gem
the
room.
gem room?
Okay.
I think we
You
were
want
turned to
distraction
the
if needed?
party.
Okay.
hmm
So you join the gem room. Maybe some small talk with people who are nearby.
Yeah.
About the gem and things like that. Maybe
Right.
start
When you see me
planting.
enter, you run minor distraction.
Yeah. I'll try
Uh,
and fall into a guard or something.
and then yeah. So Sombra, I'll first say that when you get up to this other alternate gem, you can tell that it is in a case. So like you'll have to either break the case or lockpick the case or something, but you'll have to get the case open in
Right.
some way in order to get this other big
Right.
gem out.
How difficult does the lock look?
Not too crazy.
Is that a dexterity thing, right? Or-
That would be
what-
with
are
your thieves tools.
right. What am I rolling?
Yes, dexterity.
What do I just click that like
Well,
16 plus 3 or like
well,
what?
don't do it yet. 'Cause
Right,
I'm
but
guessing
I'm
you're
saying
waiting.
like
Oh yeah, you would just
Yeah.
click the. I think. Can you just roll with the by clicking
I
dexterity.
think it's just dexterity check, but I think you
It
add
is.
10 for thieves' tools.
No, you don't. It's just your dex bonus and your proficiency, which he is proficient with these tools. I think,
proficiency. Okay.
yeah. Which let me see. Actually, you might be able to even just find.
Yeah. Dexterity is the highest rated thing.
Actions. Well, either way, I can just tell you what to add because I'm looking at your sheet too. So,
Cool.
Locke. Do you approach this control panel and try and see what you can do? Are you trying to be obvious or like a little bit less obvious?
I'm trying to be less obvious, like just like a person. Let me describe.
Give me a sleight of hand check.
Yeah, because I'm. That's what I'm known for. Let me go back to my character sheet. So, sleight of hand. Well, it could be worse. At least it's positive bonus.
What did you get?
3.
A 3. Oh my god.
All right, yeah. I think you just be loud and boisterous.
Yeah.
I think I gotta lean into it. Once I'm making noise, I think I'm just gonna be as obnoxious as possible about it. So just be like, oh, an Allosaurus. I love this. Is my favorite prehistoric animal. It's actually a dinosaur, a true dinosaur, not like lots of people think. And I'm gonna like just talk to myself while I'm like looking at its feet and like getting really close and touching it and probably being a little too obnoxious. Right?
Yeah. The guard, this guard over here who is standing and like kind of patrolling these exhibits has definitely taken note, and you can see him like slowly making his way close to you. He's just watching what you're doing.
Okay. Quick message out. Is now the time? Are we go time?
Oh, I think. Is it go time?
It's
okay. Then I'm going to flip up the panel.
Yeah.
As best I can. Use the alarm, like subtly use the alarm card if I need to. If I don't need to, I'm not going to.
Yeah, you don't need to use the alarm card. I need you to. Do you have any tools on you? Like, do you have tinkerer's tools, thieves' tools?
Oh, I have tiny book. A component pouch? No, I do not. I have a bit of sand, parchment.
I'm just gonna say that you have thieves' tools. When you knew you were gonna be trying to do some sort of panel, somebody gave you their tools from the set.
Yeah, I mean, I think we would bring thieves' tools
You've
with
got
us
tools.
to the heist.
You've got tools.
It didn't auto-generate as a part of a wizard's toolkit.
Yep. I need you to roll an Arcana check. I'm gonna tell you your DC, and it's a 10. 50,
Okay.
50 chance.
Well, I have +5, so I'm gonna roll this one in D&D
Based
Beyond.
on your rolls tonight, for some of you, that's not a guarantee.
D&D Beyond because I feel like
oh no,
it did me dirty once, won't do me dirty twice,
Don't
right?
jinx it, man.
10.
Ooh,
Exactly.
10. Oh
10.
gosh.
5 + 5.
Okay.
10.
It takes you a little bit of time because you're like talking out loud and like you can't focus as well because you're like actively.
I'm doing two things at once.
Yeah. But you do manage to figure out how to operate this sort of like controls that's inside this panel. You don't really quite know what you're doing, but you seem to do some things, and then suddenly you see like a flash of light, as if some arcane thing went off, and right as the guard gets close to you to be like, hey, what are you doing there? Like he's noticed you doing this and is like very on edge, and suddenly the statue above you just starts moving, and you hear and then suddenly a large loud roar just like pierces the air in here, which like the guard who is very focused on you and like clearly like, what are you doing, suddenly just looks up and starts panicking. Everybody in the room is panicking. Like all of the guests who see this happening, the creature steps off of the pedestal and starts.
This is better than we could have ever hoped for.
It goes on a rampage. It starts just knocking over the exhibits that are here. It starts moving down towards the stairs. It
Oh my goodness.
tail whacks this noble, and he falls on the ground. I don't know how to make him fall on the ground, but I'm just gonna kill him. There he is. He's not actually dead, but he just falls on the ground. And the dinosaur is just rampaging all over the exhibit, going down to the other level. You see the room that you guys are in, Flank and Selena. People immediately start screaming and running out of the room. And the guards, of course, all of the guards are on high alert. They start trying to escort everybody safely, like, away from the path of the rampaging dinosaur. And
it is exactly at this moment when I would like to cast Disguise Self.
Okay.
And just be literally anybody else, as different as possible.
Okay.
Just literally some fat dwarf that's another foot taller than me with a long beard, wearing different clothes, and just blend into the crowd.
Yeah, you
and
do
I'm
that.
done.
Yeah, you effectively do not look like Locke anymore. Yeah, you look like some dwarf. You're running around pretending to be panicked as well.
Yeah.
The guards that are in this hallway with you, Sombra, they all immediately run towards the area to see what's up.
Now you go to work.
Yeah, and you go to work. Go ahead, and if you're gonna try and break open that case in front of you, then
I do the dexterity thing?
yes. So just roll. What you can do is roll a d20, or
Okay.
the dex. You can just roll the. I think you can click. Can you click the roll the dexterity? Yeah.
Oh god.
What'd you get?
A 6?
Okay.
So do I just break it because of the noise?
Yeah.
then? Can I
Sure.
like,
You can
forget
just.
it?
Yep.
Whoosh.
Yep.
Yeah.
You try and unlock it. It doesn't work. Your lockpick sort of snaps
Yeah.
in the lock, and it doesn't work.
I got my weapons. I pull
Yeah.
out the dagger, break it.
Yes, you can
I mean-
smash it. That doesn't even require a check to smash it.
Right.
And you grab the egg. For the
I
tool.
go to that secret panel door.
Yes, you do. And at this point, most of the people in here have cleared out. I'm guessing Selena and Flank have.
Right.
Are you guys still in here?
It depends.
I
Are there
hope
any
so. I hope
guards
they're
in
about
there?
to
Still?
distract the guards.
No, the guards have followed the people out. Actually,
good.
I'll say Grendor comes back, and he's trying to get you, Selena. He's worried about your safety. He's like, come with me. We're evacuating right now.
Take him away.
Yeah, yes, please take her. Take her. She must get to safety. Yeah, I'll help get the rest of these people out of here.
Roll a persuasion check. With advantage. It's chaos.
All right, 13 and 19.
Okay, yeah. He's like, don't forget about yourself. You need to stay safe too. But he
I will. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, he escorts Selena out of the room. Selena, you're following along with like the other. Yes. Guessing?
Yeah, while we're walking though, I just need to know if Selena and Flank exchange a look that I should fill Grandor in on our plan because he's willing to help.
Almost of the
Yeah.
mind at this point that like just get out of the building. Like we don't even need to go to the office at this point. Like we're about to get this thing. Like let's just everybody
out.
evacuate. Yeah.
Okay.
But
I
if
make
you
my
want
way
to
out, but I
include Grandor,
stay-
we can reward him.
I stay close enough to activate my fog spell.
Yes, of course.
Top priority.
All right, and Flank, you're helping usher the rest of the people out as
Yes.
Grendor.
Oh, please, ma'am,
leaves.
sir. Let's everybody
Yeah,
watch
all
out. There
these-
is an Allosaurus on the loose, I think, but I heard some strange little man talking to himself about it earlier.
Poor Locke is never going to be able to be seen around town again. Yes. All right. And so the room is almost fully evacuated, and the last person is leaving. when you hear the door open behind you and Sombra.
Great. And then I go over to the actual egg, and I want to make a flipperoo.
Yeah. All right. You approach this egg here, and you can see the pedestal and like pressure thing that Selena was mentioning before. I need you to make a sleight of hand check to see if you can. Oh wait, let's see. Hold on. What'd you get?
22.
Oh yeah. I'm sure that is it. Yup. You are a pro at this, and like you don't even need to think about it. You just walk up, immediately take that other gem out of your pocket. You can see, yep, same weight, same size, about the same, right? And and the pressure plate doesn't even move a centimeter in that entire switch. What do you do with the real one?
I put it in our bag if I still have it.
Yes, yeah, you do. You do still have it.
I start running and acting panicked out of the room through
All
the
right.
exit.
All right, you do. Flank, do you follow?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
We don't even
Probably
acknowledge
being
each other.
very dramatic and unnecessary.
Yeah, of course. All right, you follow. You do see, as you guys are walking out or running out, I should say, you see Miriam, the like head guard, coming back to do like a check of all of the spaces, and you see her go in the room. She doesn't say anything as you guys are like running out. And you follow in the panic. The dinosaur is ripping through the exhibits. Like the museum, if it wasn't already in financial ruin, probably is gonna have a lot of repairs to do. Maybe won't recover from this. But nobody gets hurt. Thankfully, it is mostly just like wildly doing this. There's not like any real motive of like food or anything. It's like a construct of this dinosaur, and you all manage to successfully sneak out amidst the panicked people, and you have the stone in your possession. I'm guessing you
Oh
go
my
back.
gosh.
You go back to
Right.
the Scottsdale Speakeasy, and you see that Dr. Danelle is like pacing back and forth in the corner. She has a pretzel in hand, but she's not taking a bite of it at all. She just has the pretzel. She's just too anxious, and she sees you guys walk through the door and immediately like lights up, and is like, "Tell me you have it. I hope you have it. It's almost." And she's like looking at the clock, and she's like, "It's almost, like time."
Sombra pulls it out of the bag and says, as if there was ever a doubt. Hands it to
Well, there
him.
was a little bit of a doubt for a minute there.
Are you still dressed like some random dwarf?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, for sure.
She sees you and doesn't recognize you, but then hears your voice and is like, "Oh, okay. Wow, yes. Well, clearly you guys were the right ones for the job. I'm so glad that I was able to get into contact with you. You've not only saved the people of the museum, but also the city, because who knows what that eldritch horror could have done if it escaped. Here's hoping my crystal box is successful, but the tests that I ran on it this evening seemed to be so." And she takes the gem and puts it inside this like crystal box and sort of clasps it shut, and sticks it in her bag. Well, as promised, the bag of holding is yours to keep, and here's your payment as well. And she hands you each 20 gold too. Well, I need to put this in safekeeping so that it isn't just on me. But know that you've done a good service to the people and the city tonight.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
you put in a good word with us with the golden vault too, eh?
Oh, of course I will. Yes, it doesn't seem like you need it though.
I think we might need it after this. We might have to leave town for a bit.
And you guys rest easy. 20 gold richer each with a bag of holding and Museum of Natural History mystery.
Going down the drain anyway.
I put 2 gold pieces on the bar to Arizona to pay my tab.
Oh,
Yeah.
Arizona
I was
is
gonna
like,
ask, what's 20 bias?
well, I knew that you were gonna pay me eventually. See, this is a Flank. You're my favorite customer. Did you know that?
I do now.
Well, and he holds up the gold coin. Just keep it coming, and you'll be staying my favorite customer. All right. Well, you did it, guys.
We won D&D.
You won
We did it. We beat D&D.
ChatGPT led us all the way.
Oh, how great. Thanks for letting me join in, everyone.
Hey, yeah, that was
Thank you.
that was really fun.
Thanks
Nice
for doing
work.
all the hard work at the end.
Yeah.
No, it's fun.
I'm sad that Selena's fog cloud didn't get to
I'm
hit.
pissed that I didn't get to fog anything.
I know.
You should have just done it as you were leaving. Just behind you.
Been a little distracted.
As if it wasn't already panicky enough in the museum. Just add a little fog on top of it, you know? That was fun.
Yes,
Good job, guys.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Nice job. Made it successfully out. And yeah, I'm sorry it took us so much later than it was supposed to.
It's fun to learn from some pros for sure.
I think both of you guys held your own. You would have no
more than
idea.
held their own.
Yeah, you would have no idea. We'll do another one shot at some point sometime soon. Or like mini adventure or something. I'm sure we'll be back with some other D&D
Lena
fun.
needs to get some fog revenge, so I'd like to
Yeah.
eventually.
Yes.
Yeah, we can have some other heists. Listen, I've got a book full of heists in here, you guys.
It was so much fun.
Awesome. All right, thank you everybody. Bye. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Bye.
Bye.